YouTube's Brian Phillips. We have a box to open. This one doesn't really technically need to be opened because you can see what it already is. It's the Fessler F1 156 Storch SCG21. It's a mouthful.
It is.
We're gonna cut this thing open. Now this comes as in this case, a film pre-covered ARF version, okay? This is from Dancing Wings. The last Dancing Wings plane we did was the PT-17, absolutely gorgeous, probably the nicest plane I have in our whole fleet, and yet it took like 40 hours to build. So we are kind of hoping for the best with this because we don't want to spend 40 hours on it, even though it could potentially be a good plane. All right, so let's go ahead and do this unbox, and we're gonna try to do it full justice because ARFs are beautiful. Almost ready to fly is what it stands for. Different packaging, never seen this before. Oh. Okay, so that's interesting. Here, grab that. Yeah, isn't that weird? Here, weird. Hold it. Pull it hard. See, it's just filled with air, guys. So that's kind of nice and make it easy to eliminate the packaging and stuff, but look at, goodness gracious. Camera crew's cringing. Okay, so here's the instruction manual for the SCG-21. Okay, it looks like this picture has the one in camo. There's also one that's
the green, like just the army green.
Yeah, so it shows instructions. We're gonna see, it looks like they got a lot of Japanese, Chinese, or whatever, Asian, probably Chinese. I'm just looking at how this assembly process is gonna go and cringing. Okay, so
Might need a new camera crew.
On our normal unbox build radio setup, we unbox stuff so you guys know kind of how things are gonna come to you packaged. And this is no different, but there are just a lot of pieces on this. Okay, so as you can see, balsa wood pieces, looks like a landing gear assembly, looks like a chair for the pilot. Okay, got landing gear, wheels, some wood blocking, looks like tons of screws, tons of little laser cut sort of things, CA hinges. Okay, so we got that. I believe we're gonna have to use CA on this, obviously. Everything is kind of like taped into position. So, okay, got decals, wish the decals were not bent. That's an annoying thing, but it's not really a big deal. It'll be easily overcome when they pull off the backing. A lot of different packaging. I'm actually just gonna eliminate this stuff as we go. What is the #1 rule in knife safety?
Always use a sharp blade.
Neither of these blades are sharp. So if you guys are new to the hobby and you have X-Acto knives and this sort of thing, make sure you always use a sharp blade, because about the time you sit there and you realize, you know, that blade is not sharp, that's about the time you're gonna stab yourself.
Yeah.
And while we take this second to talk about stabbing yourselves, please don't send me pictures of when you stab yourself or cut yourself with your props. I prefer not enjoy that with you. Just so you know, we're gonna use an AR-631 along with an NX-8. That part usually comes at the end after we get the plane mostly built, but kind of depends on the plane. When you're dealing with an ARF, sometimes the ARFs need things installed at certain times in the process. But we're gonna go through this in a somewhat exhaustive process. I'm not 100% sure if the camera crew is gonna leave me in the middle and go find somebody that's better suited for her lifestyle choices, or if I'll just be building this on my own. I'm kind of hoping that she doesn't decide to exercise that right. Like I said, the last Dancing Wings plane was a monster.
Yeah.
Are you crying?
Not yet. I'm getting close.
She was crying. That's hilarious. Oh my goodness. Okay, so what I'm trying to do is there's some landing gear pieces here. I guess I'm gonna take that out later. Oh wow. Oh my goodness.
Is that parts? Oh my gosh.
This is quite the sack. Quite the sack. Wow, that cuts a lot easier now. Let's just show the people just inside the contents of this one sack. Holy moly. Wow. Whoa. Oh my goodness, there's a sack with another sack in it. Ooh, it's a nice motor. Not sure why they ribbed it like that. It's strange, I haven't seen that before. Nice heavy duty motor. Dancing Wings has put good electronics and stuff, which is nice. Looks like they've got, what, straight cables. That's kind of interesting. And then a 60 amp ESC with a switching BEC made by, is that Beatles?
Beetles.
Okay, Beatles.
Sure.
Kind of strange name for electronic speed control, if you ask me, but they definitely didn't ask my opinion about that. Oh, look, a prop. That's nice. Okay, so we've got a prop. This is in, what size is that? 12/6 counterclockwise. Okay. Oh, there's 12/6 up there. So that's that. Woo! Some of you guys love the process of building planes, and then other of you have more on your plate and you maybe don't love the process of building a plane. Remember, this is the most finished level you can get on this. So if you like this plane, it doesn't get any quicker than this, but you can actually get the ARF versions, I believe. I'm not sure if they're offering that at BitGo Hobby, which is who we work with for Dancing Wings planes. Okay, so we got this box. There is stuff in that. Some of these boxes with the, you know, the more like recycling friendly packaging will actually just be spacers. This has something in it, so do not take for granted. Okay, so it looks like it's the nose, the cowl, and then the motor mount. Okay, and I don't know if you guys remember this, but we had a plane we did not too long ago, and the motor mount, the motor was broke from the motor mount. Was that the PT-17? No. No, it was the Hangar 9.
Yes.
It was the Hangar 9 P51. Carbon fiber reinforced front half. Smells good. I like it. What, is there something wrong with smelling my wood?
Well,
It's kind of weird, I know. But no, I wanted to see if the epoxy and stuff was stinky still.
oh,
Because it's probably been done for like years. What, now you're smelling it?
it's curious.
See? All right, so there's something taped to the side. I feel bad, guys. I can't give you a good view and guarantee I'm not gonna break something, so I'm being kind of careful. Okay, so it looks like control surface. Oh my goodness, that's the horizontal stabilizer. Okay, so we're just gonna...
Did you say that like it was a good thing or a bad thing?
No, it's just really long compared to the vertical stabilizer. This thing has a really, really wide stance to it. Ooh, it looks beautiful though. Ooh, yeah. Oh, baby. Whoa. Wowzers. A little bit of a curl here. Not real thrilled with that. But better than I could do. See, there's a little bit of a weave in there. Whoop, right there. That could be, listen. This is opaque, so I don't think you're gonna be able to see through it. Yeah, you can't hardly make through it because this is such a good covering. Look how nice that film looks. You can see the balsa wood frame underneath. Feel how light that is. It's like nothing.
That's crazy.
That's so cool. Okay, so we're gonna put it down green side up probably.
Okay.
And then it looks like probably the vertical stabilizer. Then we've got the rudder. That's beautiful. Okay. And then this plane. Okay, so then this is actually the elevator. Then this is a horizontal stabilizer. So I misspoke earlier. My apologies, guys. Okay, so those are gonna have to get hinged and then glued together. Okay, so we're just gonna continue onward. I'd be super careful the way you get that out of the box. I don't know, maybe I bent that when I pulled it out. So be real careful. I am not so far a big fan of this packaging. This is hard to get out. And we've done a lot of planes. I'm not saying you can't overcome it. It's definitely doable. And I'm glad that they put it in a smaller package because smaller packages means that they hold the cost down of the plane. But I do not like taking things out and then wondering if I'm gonna break something. Okay. Big long screws that are bent for the landing gear. Okay. Got landing gear there. Okay, we're getting down to where it's like the main fuse piece has to come out. And again, it's just kind of taped in here all over cattywampus. Not a fan of this packaging technique. Just makes me feel like I'm gonna break it the whole time I'm undoing it. It's keeps them protected, but I just as soon have a bigger box, have another little bit built into the cost because I want to know that it's going to get there in one piece. That's my take. So I always make fun of the people that put foam to protect the foam, but let's get real. I kind of like that.
There's a reason it works.
Yeah, and to be honest, unboxes are kind of, in my opinion, they're pretty boring. But the thing is, like, it is nice when you're spending this kind of money on planes to know that when you get it, it's going to be good. And that is pretty sweet. By the way, that's loose, so do not pull that out. Wow, that looks so sweet. Man, that would be terrible to build from scratch. Holy
we don't
crap.
have to build the canopy.
Yeah.
That's nice.
So it's still already better than Dynam. Okay, so this is probably magnetically attached, and it is. Oh goodness, I saw that in the plans and I said, I don't want to have to do that. That's really clean work too. 2 rods for elevator and rudder. Love the silver, that is so cool looking. Feel it. Feel how tight that is. Mm-hmm. It's nice.
Yes.
Okay, so we'll just kind of put the fuse down. And this is, I believe this is 1200 millimeters, but let's double check that. 1600 millimeters, so it's like a super long wingspan for a relatively small plane. Look how big that plane is for 1600 millimeters, that's huge. That's probably an 1100 millimeter size class, other than the fact that it just happens to have really big wings. Okay, some more landing gear parts, and then a wing joiner, okay? Just held together with some stretch wrap.
Are those the wing struts, actually?
Yes, they are. Good catch. Okay, so just going along, it looks like we're down to where the wings are the only thing left.
Okay.
So I'm gonna, oh my goodness, that's glued or something up on the top. I can't hardly release it. Okay. Yeah, so it's a reusable packaging. Just kidding.
You're hilarious.
Okay, so we're gonna fold this up and just kind of put it behind us in case we need to look. We've learned that with these models, sometimes the instructions are so weak that you want to keep every visual reference you can get.
We're gonna build it based on that one picture.
No, we're gonna build it based on the instructions, but what I'm saying is we're gonna have those to supplement.
Yeah.
Because there are a lot of pictures. Okay, so I'm just trying to think. Everything is out of the box, but now let's go ahead and...
What's that?
I think these are the leading edge slats, possibly, or the control surfaces, because it's the only thing that would need to be this long. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what it is. Okay, because I believe there's a leading edge slat on this plane, but I'm not 100% certain. Okay. Okay, control surfaces, sweet high visibility. Okay, so we've got leading edge slats or flaps. No, leading edge slats. Love the silver on the bottom, that's so cool. Straight as an arrow. Look at this, guys, here, along the counter. Totally flat, totally straight, that's good. That is a hard thing to do, by the way. If you've ever built and used like a monocoat finish, it is hard because it will try to warp that stuff on you. Mm. So the craftsmanship so far, very, very happy with it. We don't like the really, really long builds. So please understand that that is our life speaking and not the plane speaking. Mm-hmm. But we don't like the really detailed, super long builds. There may be a time in our life where we enjoy that more. See that lifted? You can fix that with an iron. It feels solid. Feels like it's hollow. Okay, so that is the aileron, I believe. Or the flap, I'm not sure. I'm not super familiar with this plane. The Storch is not one that I've done before, and I'm excited for it. It's a cool looking plane. When I saw that it was coming out, we've actually had it for a while, and we've been reluctant to dig into it just because it took so long to do the PT-17. But honestly, the PT-17 is awesome. It is a great plane. I am so happy we did it. This also has a folding wing configuration to where you can undo the wings fold back, I believe, which is strange. Be careful, guys. Control surface covers for the wings. Man, those wings look super nice. Okay,
like
so these are the servo covers. Why are there so many servos? What the heck? I'm confused. Flap aileron? What? Are the leading edge slats also controllable? But then look at this, guys. Oh, that is so cool. I was dreading that part of the mechanism, but then how the heck are you gonna get the rod out? You're gonna have to, oh, I bet you can push it all the way through. So that's why the whole top comes off. Step back and go to the other side there. See, check this out. So this is gonna go like that, okay? The wing joiner is gonna go between, right? And then when you're ready to take off the wing, you're gonna pull this whole thing off, slide it through to one side, then you can fold the wing back for easier transport. That is so cool. And by the way, look how tight all that is. That is so cool. Really high quality. I'm still a little bit baffled about the other servo mount. Or is that like where something else goes? I'm not sure. Unless it's for the leading edge slats, we're gonna have to read the manual. That's something we also don't care to do. Oh, look. This one, oh, they have smaller holes in this one, so I wonder if it's different. So this is one of the things you gotta do when you get an ARF or an ARF Plus or whatever you wanna call this thing. You have to sometimes go through and just verify all the parts are the right parts. Not because you're gonna get the wrong parts, just so you understand what you're dealing with, because sometimes they look like what you think they are and then they turn out to be something different. Okay, so let's open up the landing gear too and see what type of frames we've got. This got kind of ripped up, so I'm just gonna cut it. It's a Ziploc bag, so I would normally be inclined to keep it until, you know, just in case. You know, just in case we never have another Ziploc bag.
Right, we're really short on those a lot.
We're short on them, yeah. Only got like 400
Yeah.
at a given time. Okay, so there's two different springs there. Looks like those are struts for the wing, or for the landing gears. You know, and as I pull this apart, it's kind of weird because like, there are a lot of parts, but I think this might actually be demonstrably simpler than, okay, so these are springs. I think this is gonna be more of like modular sectional build. I felt like the PT-17, there were just so many large steps.
How about I'll come back in 40 hours and you can tell me if that's the case.
What if I'm not done?
Then I'll leave again.
You're so silly. Okay, we're gonna open this up. So for those of you who aren't familiar with Brian Phillips RC as a channel, Megan, my camera crew, also my wife too, that thing.
Also.
For a long time,
Secondly.
mother of our children, we have a bunch of them. We film together, and it is, I mean, it's probably my wife's favorite part of life. I mean, if
It is, I look forward to it.
if she had to give this up,
Every day.
she would just be like, forget that guy, right?
Right,
Am I correct?
totally.
Okay. Good, because she loves it. That's really, it's all she's ever wanted in life was to film for my YouTube channel.
It was not in my vows.
It wasn't?
No.
Might want to update those. So anyway, as we break things out, obviously the prop looks like a, you know, pretty standard APC style prop. Nothing really too crazy. Looks like 12/6 counterclockwise, which is what we already discussed. Got the different ring adapters that we're gonna need to make that fit up to the motor. And then the ESC, we're just gonna go ahead and cut this open. I just like to kind of get an idea of what we're looking at. And then if there's something that's weird, we can kind of address it at the beginning before we dig into a plane. It's got an XT60 on it, 60 amp ESC. It looks like a high quality ESC, nothing particularly special or bad about it. Smell that. What, you don't get into that? Shouldn't like smell the electronics.
Chemically smelling.
I know, it's cool. Okay, so this is the ZTW Air ESC Quick Guide, which is here. They're not responsible for the use of your product. And pack a lunch. No, it wasn't on there. I made that up. So this does talk about different things. Just, yeah, nothing special. If you could just read that section to the people right there.
That's where it says to pack your lunch.
Pack the lunch.
Yeah.
You never know when you're gonna get hungry. Flying around airports and handicap people. Sorry, you guys may not get that reference. Believe me, I didn't come up with it on my own.
Find the video.
It came out of a Chinese manual. The Chinese manuals, they have no limits. This one particular manual, what was that? That was like in one of these like indoor airplanes.
No, it was on the Glacier truck.
Glacier?
Yeah.
On the truck? It said no driving around handicapped people. And I was like, what do you have against handicapped people? It's like, why would you not drive a radio controlled car around handicapped people? It's like, well, I mean, you don't want to like take control of their electric chair or something, I suppose. That would be kind of like devastating potentially. Okay, so.
Were those just regular?
Hung Yong? Wow.
We're moving away from Shenzhen.
No, Hung Yong. They are Young Hong. So then we have the letters here. Of course, these letters are going to be, you know what? Just remember, this is going to go so much faster and it's not going to be near as long. But just remember how good the PT-17 was. The Dancing Wings planes are awesome, guys. They are the best. Some of the best planes you can get. And we've been super happy with them, despite what the camera crew says about the assembly process, which is a long one. And some of you guys love the long process. So, you know, we kind of get that, but everybody's at different stages of the life. If you've got 4 children that are young and hiding in a dungeon waiting for your video to get done, it changes your perspective a little bit.
This is just not our season.
As opposed to going to your dungeon to build an airplane to get away from
your 4
somebody
children.
that you know. Maybe.
Or me. Good.
I didn't say it. I wasn't talking about you and me. I was talking about them. So if you've got, people you want to get away from, this would be a perfect excuse. Just saying. Okay, so we're cutting this off because I want to show you the strength of the carbon fiber wing joiner and the strength of the landing gear. Honestly, like this is a lot less pieces than the PT-17 had.
You haven't opened the hardware sack.
Listen, don't worry about those things yet. Just concentrate on what's in front of us. We've got a long ways to go.
All of those things.
Okay, straight. Hold on a second. Is this carbon fiber?
I thought you were going to smell it.
No. I don't know if
Such a
this
dork.
sounds like carbon fiber. We could get out the multimeter and test it.
I don't think we need to add anything to the video.
So, the multimeter? What are you talking about?
Length.
Okay, so, oh yes, that's a very good fit. Oh, so beautiful. That is pretty sweet, actually. That looks awesome.
That looks good. Can we just
really
call it done?
Don't make me hire a replacement from the gigantic pool of people that are in line to not
since
do
people
it.
are beating down our door.
They are.
I could call Esteban.
Yeah, Esteban I don't know. I don't know if he's up
busy.
to the challenge. He might get distracted by a butterfly or something.
Making lasagna.
Esteban, that's true. He could be making lasagna. I didn't say it, Esteban.
We're still going to be doing this.
So the instructions are super short. It's only, just a couple of pages long.
So however many steps it says, times.
Whoa, there is
4.
no, it is an active leading edge slot. Uh-oh.
What?
Uh-oh.
Oh.
Uh-oh. We might need more than 6ers.
Good thing we did.
Okay, so let's talk about channels for a minute. See, I told you, that's so sweet. So listen, people, if you're not familiar with wing design, then you're on the right channel. Okay, so you have a wing. This one here would be normally they don't like flap like this unless it's a bird, and we do those too. But okay, so the wings on the left and the right side, they go like this. Right? Sometimes there's dihedral, sometimes there's anhedral, sometimes there's polyhedral. And so just imagine a straight wing. This is gonna be a straight wing. And we're just gonna talk about the primary flight control surfaces, and we're gonna actually talk about I don't know if they're not primary flight control surfaces.
Secondary or something.
I don't know what dairy they are. I don't know what kind of milk they are. What? Okay, so this is the aileron for over here. So the aileron is on the outside. Of course, it goes up and down like this, and then that induces a roll through a series of voodoo magic moves. This would be the inboard flap, which is relatively small on this plane, actually. And then the inboard flap over here, and I think I have that backward. I think it goes like this. Actually, I can't tell. I'm not sure. I think it goes like that. It goes like that. And then this is, okay, so what's gonna happen is the ailerons are going to operate in opposite directions, okay? The flaps are inboard, and they'll go down together in the same direction. That changes the shape of the wing. which induces a couple of different things. It creates extra drag. It reduces the stall speed of the airplane when properly equipped and deployed. That means you can fly and continue to fly slower before you fall or stall. And the leading edge slat in this case is gonna operate a lot like, and I say leading edge slats, but they're just called slats. I call them leading edge slats. These are on the front of the wing. I'll hold this sideways, and they will deploy either like this or they will go like this. And I'm not sure how they're gonna work on this plane. Sometimes in STOL planes, short takeoff or landing planes, that's what STOL stands for, they will be a passive system that drop down with gravity and the weight of the actual control surface. And then upon a certain airspeed, they will push back manually with the air. Okay, so it's a passive action that just happens because of the airspeed it pushes out of the way, okay? So when separation starts to occur, which is when a stall initiates, where the separation from the wing, the air separates from the wing, it falls down and then stops that separation for a time, and then eventually you stall still. And that's usually what we call a crash or a landing or both. Okay, now that we've gone over all that, I don't know how these are gonna work on this plane, but I'm actually quite excited to see how that's gonna work. Looks like I see a control surface here, and I don't see a linkage, but I definitely see that they're there. So you may be able to do them as a fixed or an operational version, but we'll have to see. Now, the reason we were concerned is because this is an AR631. Now this is AS3X and safe equipped, which is great. So we're gonna need some channels to control that, but those channels on an AR631 are actually beyond the 6 channels. So we have 6 full channels to use. So just think this through. Throttle, not in any particular order. Elevator, rudder, ailerons, flaps, AS3X, safe? No, we can do that up higher, like on channel 7. Even though we aren't hooked to anything, we still have the channel, okay? Then on channel 6, we should be able to do the leading edge slats. But in most applications where slats are going to be used, leading edge slats, they are gonna droop when the flaps droop, okay? So I'm not sure how that is gonna work for elevator correction, and that should be something that we can do in the flap mode. So when we set up our wing type, we can set it up as a flap with 1 servo and an aileron with 1 servo. Or we could do ailerons and flaps, so 1 aileron, aileron, flap, tying this and this together. But I'm not sure that the deployment amount is going to be symmetrical. Are you gonna want a symmetrical deployment? I'm not sure. The reason we go through this now is because if this doesn't work, hold that thought. If the AR631, which is super popular on our channel, doesn't work, we can use the 8360T, okay? So this would be like the downgrade from the AR637. The AR637 has a wire like this and telemetry inputs so that you would have pack voltage, even without a smart ESC. If you have this paired up with the smart ESC, which we don't, then you would have pack voltage and potentially smart battery telemetry as well being passed back to your transmitter. So just think that through when you're making a purchase decision on this receiver. The AR630 is like $5 less, and you get end pin and no antenna. It's like an integral antenna. We've had great luck with it, it's fine. You just don't wanna fly forever away because you got a smaller antenna, in my opinion. Whereas the AR8360T would give you more channels. So like in this application, you could set up your wing type. Now let's redo that theory. You got throttle, elevator, rudder, aileron 1, aileron 2, flap 1, flap 2, slats.
Question.
Yes.
If you want master gain on a knob, will
Good
that
point.
take up a channel?
Yes, it does.
Okay.
Yes, it does.
That'd be the other thing.
It makes a channel, but I'm not 100% sure that we're gonna be a problem with an AR620 or 631.
Right.
I think that 631 is gonna work on this application. And the other reason that we kind of rack our brains to do this is because we understand that when you're picking out a plane like this, there's a heck of a lot of cost involved in the receiver. So we don't want you guys to be in the wrong receiver because it just adds a lot of unnecessary cost that's maybe not gonna give you enough bang for the buck.
Right.
The other thing is I always want AS3X, but I don't really care about safe. Safe is going to be sensor-aided flight envelope. So like auto leveling, when you let go of the sticks, that's good for people that are beginner planes. I just don't really see this plane being an application for a beginner pilot.
Right.
Now, that's not to say that you couldn't build this. Maybe you're an experienced pilot that's been out for 10 years. Honestly, this is probably too complicated to start getting back into, in my opinion. I would not recommend this for you, but I would recommend this for somebody that has been doing bind and flies for a while. They've got a lot of foamies, like, you know, like we do predominantly foam planes here, and they're great. But the thing is, like, you want something that's gonna have a little bit more staying power, that's gonna be around for a while. Your piloting skills have improved such that you're not crashing every 5 minutes, which I guess maybe I shouldn't build this plane myself. But anyway, the whole idea is this would be good for an intermediate skilled pilot to an experienced pilot. Obviously, an experienced pilot can do any plane, but just to give you all of our thoughts on that real quick, there's a lot of different ways you can skin this cat. So let's talk through the channels again. On AR631, we got throttle, rudder, elevator, ailerons, flaps, right? Master gain.
Assuming your slats are tied to your
AS3X safe?
flaps.
I'm not sure. We'll just have to, well, yeah, if the slats are tied, but I can't conceive of a time. I want my control attached to the same control for flaps.
Okay.
So if I'm gonna do flap mode, okay, so we've made up our mind. Throttle, elevator, rudder, ailerons, flap, or flap and then master gain. So this is gonna be flaps and this is gonna be flaps. There's gonna be a separate servo for it, but they're gonna operate in opposite directions from one another. So we need to be keeping that in mind as we do this.
Okay.
Otherwise, the functional difference in output on the servo needs to be correct. So keep that in mind. And what I mean by that is ailerons operate opposite one another. Okay, so like if one's going up, one's going down, okay? Unless you got them set up as flaperons or spoilerons, which you could technically do this too if you really wanted to complicate things. When they run opposite of each other, then if you look at and study the bottom of this wing, we have flexibility to mount these servos either direction, okay? So it could go like this or it could go like this. Does that make sense? But if the servos all operate in the same direction, which by the way, you can get reverse servos and forward servos, or like normal servos. Normal servos are gonna move at a certain direction. Every one of them, if you put the cases in a row, they're all gonna move this way, okay? A reverse servo with the case on the same side, it's gonna go opposite, okay? Now you can reverse any servo that you want to run backward in two different easy methods. One is to buy a servo signal reverser, which plugs into this, comes out, and then it's got another plug. It just looks like a little servo extension cord, except it's got a little block in there somewhere that's about the size of this or double this. And then that will reverse the direction of the servo output. Alternatively, you can take the servo, you can pull these 4 screws out, 1, 2, 3, 4. You can open that cavity, and then these 3 wires go into a control circuit board. From the circuit board, there is an output, 2 wires go to a DC motor, plus and minus, you reverse those 2. And then 3 wires from the same board go out to a trim pot, which is feedback to tell the whole system what position it's in. That trim pot, you flip any of the 3 wires. Okay, so remember both. You have to flip the direction of the motor by switching the polarity there, and then you have to flip any 2 of the wires on the pot. It doesn't matter. This one and this one, this one and this one, this one and this one, it doesn't matter. That changes the direction of travel given the same pulse width modulation on your output. But Brian, why don't you just change the direction of travel in your radio system? Okay, fine. But then you have to assign more independent channels. So for instance, on this plane, if you want independent control of every channel, then you would need 6 channels just for the wing. Most people don't do that because you can almost always share the aileron controls on one channel. And you can almost always share the flaps on one channel. And you can almost always, in this case, share the slats on the same channel, which was the flap. So this becomes one channel, and this becomes one channel. One channel for the elevator, one channel for the rudder. So we're up to what? 1, 2, 3, 4. So you're only 4, then you got throttle and master gain. Okay, so hopefully that helps you guys understand how we're reverse engineering. Now, I might be making one mistake, and that one mistake could be whether or not we need to consume a channel to turn safe on and off, okay? If that's the case, in this application, we will build it in such a way that master gain is a non-function, like it just doesn't matter. And I can make AS3X on, AS3X half, safe. So then we would have, you know, like our master gain, instead of being like an infinite, like all the way on, all the way off with the right knob, this, we would just set it to 0%, 100%, or maybe like 25%, 100%, or maybe we'd set it to 50% and 100% for our 2 AS3X settings, the third of which would be safe on. Okay, so we'd have like full AS3X, and then we can adjust the gains upon landing half so we can get to the ground, or off so we can get to the ground, and then safe. Safe typically does not over control the plane, but you can always lower your throttle if you get like a really intense oscillation from overcorrection on AS3X. Does that make sense to you, camera crew? Okay, good. And let's not forget the camera crew understands a lot of this because she lives with me. So if you guys are like, I don't have any clue what you're talking about, just go back and watch like 400 videos and you'll get it.
And then you'll get it.
Maybe. It takes a lot of time, guys. Okay, more wing struts. Looks like these things wrap around
Gear.
the landing gear stuff, yeah. Okay, somebody wrote 74 on these. Somebody wrote 79 on these. Okay. This looks like a linkage for actuating something. Oh yeah, buddy. Gotta have that. I think this is a bomb. And this is like another gun or something like that. I'm not sure how that works. But I'm sure it'll tell us in the instructions in super not Shanglish way.
I'm sure it will.
I'm sure it'll be super clear. I'm actually kind of excited to build this too. But Dancing Wings have really got something going for them. They're a really nice, high quality plane. And even though we gripe about how much effort it takes to put them together, they're actually really nice planes. Oh man, that thing's rock hard. Feel that?
Ooh,
I was hoping they'd be squishy.
Sorry.
They're just firm and supple. Whoa.
They're not. It can go backwards.
Look.
Oh, what was that?
Looks like a little piece of wood. Pretty sure it's just a plug, probably, that came out of one of these. See?
Oh, okay.
One of those things. See? Okay, so we can safely throw that away.
There was several of them, so I'm gonna make sure we don't.
So now, the reason that we go through this process that's so in-depth is because on YouTube there's a plethora of actually pretty good YouTube reviews on all sorts of things. This must be a wing joiner for probably here. Yeah, probably there. That's just enough to get the job done. A couple of aluminum brackets. And with the plethora of different RC reviewers out there, almost none of them do long format videos. And so that's something that we have decided to just kind of make part of our repertoire. And we want to bring you guys help where you need it. Okay, so blocks for screws. Okay. Camera crew, look over there quick.
Yeah, I already saw them.
A bunch of hardware there. Nutsack.
Oh, good.
That's a lot of nuts.
That's a lot of nuts.
Usually more than 2 gets me kind of annoyed. There, oh my goodness, wow. That's a lot of screws. Okay, and then that's linkage adapters and a couple of, these are gonna be for holding the, okay, ooh, the tail wheel's squishy. That's nice. Okay, and then nuts and bolts. These are gonna be for the control horn adapters. And then linkages. Holy crap, those things are thick. Look at that. Look at this.
What are those all for?
Those are for the linkages between the servos and the,
yeah,
and the control surfaces. Okay, so they definitely do not skimp on hardware here. And just thinking back to when we built that PT-17, I just feel like that plane was so much work to put together that we were just about at our wits' end by the time it was done. But it was like, it turned out to fly amazing. Like just a joy to fly, not to mention it looks absolutely gorgeous. So yeah, I would say that at this point, we're talking about basically, how many pieces here do you think we've got? 200 pieces?
7,396.
I'm thinking it's probably closer, like maybe 200 pieces. So if you guys are familiar with our channel, you know kind of the area we work in. This is our kitchen here. And this is a big island. How big is this island?
It's 10 feet long, and I think it's 4 feet wide.
Okay, so 10 by 4. So that's a lot of stuff. We haven't completely filled it, but we're pretty good. Oh, and then we talked about this here a minute ago, but let's look at this real quick before we continue. Obviously, this is the instruction manual. So why don't we just kind of blow through this here real quick. We could also put the decals on just so they're not like in our way this entire build. Nah, I don't know. Okay, so the tools you supposedly need is an X-Acto knife, a measuring stick, Phillips. You need a star bit drive. That is weird. Scotch weld. What the heck is that?
Is that like
instant
CA?
Adhesive? Yeah, I think it is. And then we've got a square here. Okay, so we'll just go through the manual real quick so you can see what's going on. Okay, so this is the instructions. Photos shown here just for reference. The product you receive might be slightly different than the photos due to continuous improvements on product.
Sure.
Yeah, that's one way of talking about it. Okay, so it looks like these are the mounting bolts for the landing gear. Okay, so you build the landing gear in first, then you put in the vertical stabilizer. It looks like he's using CA. Yeah, CA glue. That's what it is. It's supposed to be CA glue. Oh, those are counterweights. Cool. Remove the scale wood pieces from M board and install into the flaps and ailerons. See this lead for left for details. The joint is glued with a small amount of CA. Okay, cool. And then those are the standoffs. Those are standoff and hinges, those things. Good, good. So it is a hinge point. Okay, so it looks like the same thing there. And then that's why you got a million screws, Megan. That is a really good image. Look at that. It shows not only how big it is, but it gives a detailed, show them an up-close picture of it. Wow. You could actually figure out what you're looking for.
That's true.
That's kind of nice. Wish they'd do that on all the planes. Oh, look, they do show how these go in too, look. See, insert the flaps and ailerons into the reserved slot at the end of the wing as shown. Connect them with proper hinges and use CA glue at the connection. Make sure flaps and ailerons can swing freely after sticking.
After gluing.
Yeah, I think that's what they meant. Okay, so what else do we have here? Oh, those are the braces on the horizontal stabilizer and the rudder. Okay, cool. And then this is, I saw those in there. That's what's gonna hold our tail wheel. And it looks like that's just the tail wheel is the spring and the pin for the rudder. So that's good. CA hinges. Again, when you look at it all laid out like this, it's just gonna be a lot of fairly small steps. And okay, so let's continue onward here. I'm not sure if this is supposed to be in the middle or if it's just kind of like here. Yeah, that is. I don't know why they didn't staple this.
I think it's supposed to be there because it's numbered. Well,
step 7. That's 4, then 7, then 8.
4.
That's 9.
No, I think it's kind of in the wrong spot. If it really is like numbered.
Oh, the gun goes through the front, self-tapping screws. Oh, that's cool. It goes out the back, And then there's the center of gravity, guys, 70 to 75 millimeters. Oh, look at that, there you go. That's weird, that pivot's below the wing surface. Do you see that, where the center is? It's below, so you're flat on the bottom. Okay. That's helpful. Oh, leading edge slat. Okay. When the leading edge slat is close to the wing, the speed remains the same and the lift remains the same. When the leading edge slat is open at a certain angle, the speed decreases and the lift increases. Be careful not to set the opening angle too large. When the angle is too large, the speed will be too slow and the lift will decrease. Okay, understood. Now, the leading edge slat in this regard could be set on a separate channel too. Okay, that's fine. Oh, look there. Whatever that thing is. Scale antennas. Okay, cool. That's cool. Yeah, see, if you sit here and look at this, it just kind of looks, yeah, see, those are blockings for the servos. Before installing servo into the ring, your servo may need to be connected to connect extension line. Okay. They only provided 2 of them, so I'm not sure how that's going to work yet. There's the wing joiner at the base, aluminum sheet in the bottom. Okay. All right, so we've already, okay, so this talks about the wiring here. Boy, that's hard to read. Channel, 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 channel. Okay. So they're suggesting, see, servo reverser. See?
So, did they include those?
No, I don't know. If they're here, I don't see them.
There was optional equipment on the front page.
Really?
Yeah.
Where's that?
Optional parts, sorry.
Servo extension wires, 15 centimeters, 6-piece. How is that optional? That's not optional.
Doesn't seem very optional.
It's like if you want to control the plane, then that's what you need. Yeah, this is, Okay. All right, that's fine. So we know we may need to extend those. And then obviously we have the ESC that's going to come back to the receiver. Looks pretty straightforward. Other than, what the heck? That's a Y cable. See this Y cable? That's so confusing. It looks like they've got the Y cables all interlocked together. Because really what would happen is they're showing 2 different channels. But then they have like all yellow, they're all like overlapped and stuff. So that's a Y cable that splits out to 4 Ys. And they're suggesting the servo reversers. But I'm like, why would you do that? Why not just flip the servo the other direction? Probably because the geometry changes then. Well, we may have to figure that out. That's going to be complicated. So we have to be careful when we're gluing our servos in, or not gluing them in, but screwing them into these blockings, because if we have that backward, it's going to be wrong. So it looks like in their application, they have them facing forward, okay? Because if the servo is going the wrong direction, if the servo is on the wrong side of that slot, then you'll end up with too much play or you'll bind something.
It does say there's more about like
more details.
The power system. So maybe there's a better diagram or something. You might have to look at that.
Yeah, we might have to look at it. Maybe we can look that up too and just kind of share it. Okay, so continuing onward, looks like we already looked at that a little bit. We got the motor. Looks pretty straightforward. Good color pictures though.
Yeah.
Hey, wait. Our nose is not. Oh, this is not the camel one.
Right.
This is the flat one.
Yep.
You can get it in camo too. Oh, there's the mounts for the blocking there. So where does that other blocking? Wood blocks are reinforced inside the motor base, and the position of the wood block is marked on step 5 too. Then fix the motor base with the angle aluminum sheet and fix it with self-tapping screws as shown above. Okay, so on the inside of that, we're gonna have a block of wood. There must already be blocks installed in the fuse. Okay. We can use the XBC 100 to center the servos when we're ready to start getting to that point. Oh, they've got the wings off. What? They're suggesting we have to do that, but we don't have to do that. That's already been done at the factory. Looks like you have to make adjustments here too on these wing struts. When you're all said and done, you have to actually mount them wherever they hit. But I'm thinking to myself, well, I sure as heck hope that they hit square.
Yeah.
Because if we don't hit a structural member under there, it's just gonna go through the monocoat.
Yeah.
So, okay, well that'll be fun. Hey, they didn't show that drill, did they?
Yeah.
Oh, they did show a drill. Okay, so we need a drill. You don't have to use a pencil drill. You can actually use a drill, like an electric drill if you want. Okay, then CA hinges. Okay, so that looks pretty straightforward. Well, this does not look like it's in order. Because look, they're telling you how to build the tail. That's sort of weird. Yeah, it looks like.
See, those are labeled as 2 and 1. We're gonna have to look at the number.
Yeah, I think it goes something like this. See how it says page 1?
Unfold that
Page
one. There's
2?
2.
What the heck? Oh, here we go.
So it's like a big long, it's not a book, it's a...
That's why it's not stapled together. Well, we have figured this plane out now. Okay, well, I'm glad we did figure that out. It's definitely not printed in book format. So then this is probably 4.
Flip it over, 3.
So there's, nope, that's 5. Uh-oh, ruh-roh. This is 3. So it's page 1, then page 2, then page 3, then page 4, then page 5, obviously.
Of course.
So if you guys are used to reading from left to right, this might confuse you a little bit. So we figured it out for you. That's why you watch Brian Phillips RC. Hey, by the way, if you want to support our channel, buy this plane from the link in the video description below. That'd be smart. Then we can help fund our channel. And okay, so we are gonna pause, kind of get things straightened up. I'm not sure about extensions yet. I'm just not sure. Do you have any idea? Because like, let's look at that for just a quick sec.
On the servo things?
Yeah.
Oh, if you want to do reverse or extend them?
Actually, just any of those servos. Give me any of them. They're all the same, right? They sure look like they're the same.
Sure look like it. There's a couple of them that look like they have longer wires though.
Oh, really?
Yeah. See, look.
Okay, so let's just open them all up. Just start sending them over. I guess I'll open them one at a time. Because yeah, maybe that's why they said it's optional. Oh yeah, that's a pretty long cable.
Yeah, because see, look, that only has like 2 wraps on it.
Okay, so that might be like for the elevator.
Yeah.
Now these do have plastic output shafts, so I'm pretty sure they're plastic and they're pretty sure they're 9 gram. So again, it's always kind of hard to be 100% certain what size servos they are when they don't have a label, because there isn't a label. But they sure look like 9 gram servos to me. Okay, so yeah, it looks like this is the same size. Oops. Oops, did I speak too soon? Nope, it's a 9 gram servo case still. This would probably be for inside on the elevator or rudder. Okay. And then there's just a few more, so I'll, do you want to pause while you open them, or do you want to just help me open them, or what?
Well, I could pause and help you.
Yeah, we'll just get these all open. Okay, so we did 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 long cables. We verified they are 9 gram servos and then 2 short. So the two short ones would go inside there. And then the long ones, just so you guys have an idea of length, if it's gonna reach out. They do include some short servo extensions. So I think we're gonna be okay, except for the fact that we don't have any Y cables. I mean, we have Y cables, but we didn't get them in the package.
Right.
So I think we're gonna be okay with this. Now the other thing too to keep in mind is we may actually need to have some Y cables, and we may actually need some servo signal reversers, or you guys might. So if you don't know where to get them, we can send you links and that will help you to find them. But really the easiest thing to do would be when we run a servo, we want them to run with the same output, okay? So what we'll do is we'll pause and we'll take a minute and then show you on the XP60 what we're talking about. All right guys, so we set up the XBC battery checker, which is also a servo tester, okay? If you don't know how to get into this setting, this is where it's sweeping so you can see all of them moving. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, all go in the same direction, okay? Now watch this. It's so many. You can actually see the voltage. You can see the milliamp. You'll freak them out if you do that because it's so much power on this thing. So anyway, we got a Y cable going to a Y cable, which is going to a Y cable, which is going to a Y cable, also another Y cable going to a Y cable, going to a Y cable. So that's just for testing, obviously. But as you can see, every one of these controls are going the same direction, okay? So that's important to keep in mind, because if you were to be controlling the wing surface, that's really no big deal if you're talking about ailerons, because when you mount these in the same position on opposite sides of the wing, go to the middle. So let's say this is the ailerons. See, the controls are backward from another. See? So that's gonna give you your aileron throw, okay? Now, that's not so good when you wanna control flaps, okay? So now, how do you make flaps work, okay? So you see these are both mounted. Let's try to closely emulate that setup. Okay. So you've got these set up for your flaps, right? So they're symmetrical on the wing, meaning that they're mounted in the same direction of output. Crap, it's going the wrong way. They're going opposite, right? But that's not what you want. So what you've got to do is you have to take this servo and flip it over the other way like this, okay? Now watch what happens. Now you got mounted in the wing like that, then you have the same direction, okay? Same thing over here. So for your leading edge slats, you're gonna basically, you can't do the same direction. Or you want them to go the same direction. So you have to mount them the same direction. Or opposite of these. Ooh, did you see that? That one did not like that. By the way, just so you guys know, this is probably too many servos for this tester all at once. Let's see, so that one got out of sequence. Okay, so there's just not enough power on this circuit through this little battery eliminator circuit that's on board. So don't be surprised if weird things happen when you have 8 of them hooked up. Right, so these are gonna function the opposite direction of these. So what you would do in that case is you would just flip them over so that they go the opposite physical output direction, okay? And then you don't need to facilitate a servo signal reverser in order to do this. See? And then over here you've got your ailerons that are, neither of them are working, so we'll see if we've got that disconnected or plugged in wrong or something, what the deal is. Uh-oh. Okay, so we'll unplug that, plug it back in. So as you can see, we've found the limits, as usual, of this device, okay? So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna disconnect half of the circuit while they're all parked in the middle. Then we should get good, reliable servo action. See? All right, so everybody understand what I'm talking about now? Basically, we're gonna have some that are leading edge slats, we're gonna have some that are flaps, and then we're gonna have some that are ailerons. They all have a long enough lead, but now what we have to do is we need to figure out on the wing how they're gonna lay out on these little trays. Okay, so because as you know, you can mount it this way or you can mount it this way, right? And that's gonna dictate the direction that the servo goes, okay? So really the best thing you could do is probably just lay your wing upside down so you can see it from the bottom, okay? And then once you have this all built up, then you can start making decisions on what direction you want everything to deploy or retract. Okay, and I have no clue what direction it's gonna be, but you can see where they wanted them by where these holes end up, okay? Because yeah, there's some, actually I don't know how that's gonna work. Oh, this one probably goes to this wing. This one probably goes to this wing. Because you see how there's 1 point and 2 points? So you can use either one of those 2 points to actuate to this pusher. And you can use either of these points maybe. That doesn't seem any better, does it?
I think the other one lined up better, maybe.
But you see what I'm trying to do here? There's basically 2 different points where you may be able to pick it up, okay? Looks like these are mechanical points for where it's gonna go into the frame of the actual wing. This one's obviously lined up with that. See, that's where the output's gonna go. That's where the output's gonna go. Or that's where the output's gonna go. Or that's where the output has to go. So you see the flap is allowed to flip, but the leading edge slat is only gonna run there or there. See? See how there's that little thin one? Or the thin one? But the flap has to be here, so we're limited, unless we wanna cut a new axis over here. Does that make sense to you? Because it's confusing enough to explain.
Yeah, I mean, it's gonna be confusing to make sure it's all right when we start.
Not once it's
putting them in
built. I think once it's built, it's gonna make,
That might help a
it's
little
gonna
bit.
make better sense because everything is gonna be physically laid out as it's supposed to be laid out.
there. Are you going to label those somewhat how you think you have them now or not? On the actual servos themselves?
On the servos?
Like that at least 2 are a pair going one way, or we'll just,
I don't know. We'll probably just have to flip things.
okay.
But anyway, the ailerons will be easy because we know for sure that the ailerons can be laid out with wherever the ailerons need to be laid out, okay? So that part's at least easy. We know for sure that that can be an aileron. So it's like process of elimination stuff. When you're building a model, sometimes you just kind of have to go through these steps. So I'm just gonna assume that direction, and then here, I'm gonna assume that direction. Oop, no. Does that overlap to the center or does that overlap to the outside? I think this one overlaps to the outside, so it's...
It would have to be like opposite of what that one is, right?
No, they have to be exactly the same, the way we're doing this. Because the servos, these servos have to be laid out exactly the same, and then these servos have to be laid out exactly the same. You follow?
And then, yep.
Because then the output direction, well, you're right, these and these can be laid out, they have to be laid out opposite to actuate in opposite directions. Because you're gonna want one to go, you're gonna want one to pull back and one to pull forward at the same time. Okay, so like the leading edge slat when deployed is gonna pull forward like this. It's gonna pull it in like that. And then these are gonna actuate like this too. The ailerons are unrelated.
Right.
Okay, so if you look at where all the controls are gonna line up, you have flexibility on the flaps, but you don't have flexibility on Okay, so this one here would have to go that way. This is a little bit tedious to figure out, so you're right, we're probably gonna have to label them, aren't we? Maybe we just tape them in position and write on the tape. Because you see, these are the same now, and these are the same now, but they are opposite.
They'll opposite each other.
Yep.
Yes.
So that's what we need.
I think so. I think that's right.
Okay, so then we could actually take the servo signal reverser and we could run over there and test that theory, correct?
I think so.
Okay, so I'm gonna use a sticky note and a felt tipped marker. Because if I use tape, I'm afraid the tape may not come off very good.
Okay.
So do you have scissors out somewhere?
No, we were just.
Let's
using
grab
this a second
scissors
ago.
and we'll do it that way. So leading edge slats compared to flaps are gonna be dictated by where the lines line up. Okay, so if you see this right here, this lines up with that closely. This could be either one. So the inboard one's gonna be flap. Okay. I'm just cutting off the sticky part and throwing away the rest of it. And then I'll just go something like this. Okay. So then that's the position. And that's the position. So you guys see why I did that? Because this stuff is so sensitive, I don't want it to rip. The ailerons are actually super easy, so it's not really worth making a big stink about, in my opinion, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think you've got it correct.
Well, we can get this correct, and then this helps us to build the wing. So I don't know if we... Okay, so this is actually the right wing. Mm-hmm. So that would be the right flap. This is the right leading edge slat. This is the left flap. Yep, and then and that's gonna be going forward. 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 And that's the left leading edge slat. Then when we're done with this and we're ready to build them, we can actually take the X-Acto knife and slice it. So I'll actually replicate that marking on both sides. Right leading edge slat, right flap. Okay. This is the left flap. And then this is the left leading edge slat. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. Okay, cool. So then what we're gonna do is we're gonna continue this process and do the ailerons, and then we're gonna take whatever other half of the thing is and we'll mark actually on the servos, because then everything is marked.
Okay.
Okay, we'll come right back. Okay guys, so we've got the electronics split on the counter right now just to make it easier. So we labeled this right aileron, left aileron, left aileron. And just to make sure you guys understand, we're upside down, so that's why it's backward. And we wrote the arrow, so that's the direction of the travel of the plane. Okay, so when we get ready to pull this out, we can either peel off that label or I can cut those with an X-Acto knife and then actually keep them attached. So that's what we're gonna do soon. I kind of want them to stay in there for now. We just replaced this blade, so it's actually super sharp. So for instance, we're ready to test the aileron. So all I have to do is just basically cut that, and then that'll stay on there for us. And then when we get ready to install it, you're like, you know, it's no big deal. You're only dealing with one. That's not that hard to keep straight. It will be when you've got 6 of them.
Yeah.
And then 6 servos, and then like, what direction was that? Okay, so then XBC battery checker. Double click, put it into an oscillation sequence like this, okay? So we've got these ones going the same direction. So this could be flaps or leading edge slats. It doesn't matter which one, okay? Because they're going the same direction. So these are gonna be the leading edge slats. And you see geometry-wise what we're dealing with. Now remember, the flaps and the leading edge slats are gonna be actuated from the same circuit in our configuration. So if one is going the wrong way, all you have to do is stop the servo, go to the center of play, and then, you know, do your thing. So these are centered, and the ailerons are so easy, we're just gonna literally decouple those right now and just, I don't care what direction they go, but let's just go ahead and make a decision now. See, that puts it right in the center-ish area of the servo pocket. So I kind of like that. Does it show in the drawing what direction they expect them to be? Because that's where those linkages become a problem. These linkages, people, they become a problem, is when they're either installed at the wrong spot or whatever.
They do have the slots. Do you want me to bring this one?
Yeah, let's show the people. Okay, so I can't see. You're blocking what I'm trying to look at. What is this?
Here, they show where the covers go, right?
I don't. Well, it looks like we ended up figuring that out too. That wasn't what I was talking about. I was talking about this. You see how the servo's on the front of the pocket toward the leading edge side. Oh. So they want the servo to be toward the front of the slot, correct? Yeah, it looks the same there because their decals are already applied. Which, by the way, the decals are going to be a lot harder to apply later. Yeah. You may have to do those first. So anyway, what we're going to do is we're basically going to align this such that we know what direction that goes. Okay? And so then we can make our allocation. Okay? So maybe it would be easier to just try to like tape this on here temporarily or put like a drip of CA or something. What do you think?
It would be nice to do something temporary probably because this will be.
Because we're going to have to put the blocks and all that stuff in there.
Right. And I like your idea about putting the decals on because
the decals are going to be a pain later.
Yeah.
Because there are going to be so many struts and things all over this plane. Okay, so we know this is the right aileron and we know that that's the correct direction. So we can, let's see if we can get lucky and just tape it down. So guys, building these planes is I don't think it's like super hard. It's just a lot of steps on certain planes. And so this would be, you know, one of those planes just happens to have a lot of steps. Okay, so now as we know that that's centered, we can go ahead and just decouple that. And I don't like that as much because it isn't as definitive as I'd like. So where did my marker go? I just had a marker out. Oh, there it is. Of course, it's always under the thing you need. Okay, so I'm just gonna come over here and just kind of do a quick tracing so I can remember what direction this goes. See that? So that'll be obvious if I take the servo out. Well, maybe it won't be so obvious. Okay, so that'll be pretty obvious when I take the servo out, where everything lines up. Something like that. And then I can label this right aileron. Right ail. Right ail. All right, so that's simple enough. And then this one can lay here because we know that that part's pretty simple. We don't have to overthink it too much. And then same thing over here. Let's just take a look at how this lines up. Okay, knife extended. Let's cut this. And we're just cutting our post-it note, sticky note. So now that that's cut, we've got our key on the wing. We can easily come back to it and put it back in position. And then we want this one out here, okay? We know that we're centered, which is important. And then before we put our tape on there, I'm just gonna mark this cover. This is just gonna help give us a quick reference as to the alignment of the servo, okay? Except we know that it's going that way, okay? So that's pretty straightforward stuff. Now we should be able to tape this down. I'm gonna go a little bit longer on the tape this time because I think it's gonna work fine. Just taping it to the front like that. I'm just gonna fold over the tape so I've got a tail to grab. Okay, that'll definitely keep that there. I shouldn't have put it on top of the left aileron mark, but that's okay. So this one's L-AL. And look how hard it is to read black on black, but you can make it out if you really need to. Okay. So the left aileron is here. Now, the other thing you could do if you really wanted to try to make your life easy later on would be for this to be labeled somehow too. But since you've already got this labeled, it should be pretty straightforward. And you can just kind of set these things aside to do the assembly work on those after a little bit. Okay, so now we know that this is actually backward. It's actually farther away, so I need to make sure we can reach. It looks like we might be able to reach. And these are not going to fit through, which is okay because we're not actually putting these through. We're putting these into those adapters. Show them the adapter thing.
These things.
Yeah, I think that's right. I can't see what you're looking at though.
These.
Yeah, that's where they're going to go. Okay, perfect. So if they're in the back here like this, is that even going to reach? It looks like it should reach, which is critical. Because in the drawings, they had this up here. And if that's the way they wanted them, then we can flip both of these here. And then we need to get the other set.
All at the same time.
Yep, so we can see what direction they're all going to go. Okay, so I'm going to flip this again. And these need to run opposite one another, which should be true because they're pointed opposite each other, okay? But we want to try to get them in the same spatial configuration so that they reach, because they showed them at the front of the wing on every drawing we've seen. So we're just going the best information we can get. And sometimes on these ARFs, you don't get every single answer to every question. It's just unfortunate reality. All right, so the next thing we have to do is grab these. One set of these servos. Now these are the long ones, of course. The short ones are just elevator, and I'll just grab the white cable. It'll be quicker to hook up. And of course, you got to watch your loading on these circuits because it's not designed to run 400 servos at once, but that's what we're choosing to do here. Okay, so we've got these things ready, and then hypothetically, these are the flaps. And so the flap, I want this one to be, well, these are both backward too, which is fine because I've got to switch all of them then. And that's okay. If I would have just grabbed the other half, it would have been already correct. You see what I'm struggling with? Yep, there you go. So that's on the front edge. See, this is up on the front as opposed to being on the back. Okay, I need to flip this one. And I have these servos centered. They are electrified in that center position. So if I were to try to resist or move it, it would stay there, okay? So now they're all at the front half of the opening. We did have a problem with that on the PT-17. It was minor. We were able to overcome it, but look at that. They're all opposite, guys. See that? That means that the leading edge slats just pulled down and the flaps pulled down. Now back. And then all the way. So that would be like our neutral setting for flaps. Neutral setting for leading edge slats. This would be the takeoff setting and then the landing setting. Okay? Makes sense? That makes sense, camera crew?
I think so.
Okay, so then we have the full throw on those servos then. Otherwise, you're only going to get half of that. Does that make sense? I'm not missing something, am I?
I don't think so.
Okay, the reason I bounce it off of you is because like you're gonna help keep me honest to these people. Okay, so that's the right.
And the flaps are
leading
the
edge.
Servo is still shown at the front, even though the linkage is going to the
linkage.
back.
Yeah, the linkage is, this is in the neutral setting. Then it's gonna pull it.
Pull it that way, and then.
So takeoff, landing, something like that.
Yeah. Okay.
You know, not necessarily in that exact configuration,
As far
but you know.
as I can tell, I think you're good.
Okay, so then this is the direction we want it. And we can just go ahead and kind of center it in the hole and just kind of trace around it. Now the tracing around it part might not be that big a deal until you have one pop free.
Yep.
And then you're gonna be like, oh God, what do I do now? I have to go lay that whole thing out again? What a pain.
27 hours from now, you'll be glad that you have that little mark there.
Yeah, you will, trust me. Because it's gonna be challenging to keep, did you say 27 hours from now?
You agreed.
27 hours. So this one's the right leading edge slat. So it's the right leading edge slat. Okay. Right? Leading edge slat. And then as you get them done, just unplug them from the electronics. And then you know exactly how to put them back.
Yeah.
Okay.
I like this plan.
Huh?
I like the plan.
I thought you said plain.
No, I like the labeling this way.
Okay, so now that we've got our system down, again, this is highly subjective stuff. You don't have to do it exactly like we did. Just don't do it some other way and then ask me how to fix your problem because I won't know how to fix it. It'll be too confusing. This is confusing enough for me.
Yep.
Let alone trying to go through and reverse engineer whatever weird thing you came up with, because this is obviously weird enough in and of itself. Okay, so we're gonna pause because this is redundant for the rest of the steps on this, and we'll come right back when we're done with this step. Okay, so given the nature of building all those servos, we are just gonna go ahead and put decals on right now. So hopefully this goes super smooth and there's no problems with it. Whoa, buddy. Immediately had problems.
Oh, good.
Did you see what just happened?
Did it come off all in one sheet?
Look. Are you kidding me?
Is it not at all?
I don't think it's cut. The camera crew.
Where was that X-Acto knife? No, okay.
Okay, well, that's the first time in our RC history that we've had to cut out our own decals. These are cut.
Yep.
But then these are not. What the heck? Well, I guess then we're gonna have to cut them out with scissors or something, right? So the small ones go on the rudder and the big ones go on the wings, and the small ones also go on the yellow stripe, or just in front of the yellow stripe. Okay, so we're gonna cut these out. I wonder if that's because people would like make these into swastikas or something. Because people that really want it to be super scale, of course we're not gonna put swastikas on here.
Would you?
Well, because that would be more, you would change these. I think that maybe that's the rationale. The Chinese are like, oh, well, we don't wanna like make it offensive or something, I'm not sure.
But the backing is clear, so you're gonna have to cut, or it's white, so you're gonna have to cut.
No, I know, that's why I'm saying.
So you have to cut all the way around it.
But I wonder if that was kind of their rationalization. Like some people are gonna wanna do that with their decals. I'm not sure. Well, at least they're fairly easy to cut out. I just can't imagine if they were worse.
I think you're supposed to cut right up to the black though, aren't you?
That's not what it looks like up there, is it? Is it supposed to be straight into the black?
I think so.
Oh, really? Mm-hmm. Oh, shoot.
That's what I'm saying. Maybe we should pause and get them all cut out, so I could help you.
Okay, yes, we will pause and come back after we've cut out our decals. Okay, so now that we've cut out the little square triangle things, or
Square triangle thing.
square triangles, yeah, these things, the stripes, we need to apply them. Okay, so it's gonna be a pretty straightforward process. You need the rudder for one set, so I figure I'll go ahead and use the rudder first.
The decals are actually really
They're
nice.
super
They're,
thick.
like, really thick.
Who cut that one out?
You.
Well, they did a piss poor job. See? Okay, so you do have to cut them out. Okay, wow, that looks pretty gorgeous actually. Mm-hmm. Okay, so now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna try to keep that aligned by going along this rib here and the top of that rib there. So we'll see if I get it close enough. Yay! Look at that, fancy dance. Pretty cool. Okay, so good enough there. So that takes care of that part. Then the other smaller ones go on just in front of the yellow part on the stripe. Okay. You can look at that drawing there and see what I'm talking about. Okay. Perfect. Using the yellow as an alignment tool, it's lined very good. I'm actually super impressed with how nice this plane looks. It's very clean. Hold on. I split the difference. Okay, good enough. All right, so now, while we're on this side, we'll go ahead and do the DW, which stands for Dancing Wings Hobby or something, I don't know. This is probably gonna come off and wanna rip, so be careful because these are vinyls. We've used vinyls because we have a vinyl cutter as well. So the W goes here and it's centered? Yeah, centered. Use this backing from the previous one to kind of manipulate that a little bit. I got it to fall nicer then. Ooh, crap, that's lined up terribly. Why didn't you warn me, camera crew?
Because I'm sideways.
Yeah, W's are hard to lay down.
W's are really hard.
Without having backing attached. Okay, so I'm gonna try to do this and just get it right, but see, it's like statically clinging. So I think I'm just gonna have to kind of a little bit get lucky. Well, goodness gracious, I didn't think the decals would be this hard to do and have them look good. I mean, you could obviously plop them on there in 10 seconds, but I'm too picky for that crap.
Can you get your 2 bottom points started first?
Maybe, but you see, they don't want to stay tied to a contingent point. See, it just slipped on me too. I wonder if I could do Windex or something so I can manipulate it on the surface. Ooh, that's pretty close. Nope. Nope, every time you think you got it, not quite.
Come to the other side.
Yeah, that'd be good. See if we can get that to line up. Ooh, that's pretty close. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. So we're going off of this flat line here. Okay. And then the D is also crappy because there's gonna be no strength in the middle. So I'm hoping I can pop that out after I get it laid down. Which will make it way easier. Is that pretty good?
That's pretty good.
Okay, well, it looks like it's got a little bit of a twist on it. And then H passed.
H is on the yellow.
Okay. What is M for?
I don't know.
Maybe they just got lazy and didn't put it all on.
I haven't seen an M anywhere though.
I'm confused. Why would they give us an M? Or is that another W? That's an M.
It's an M.
Shoot. Is there an M somewhere else? See, because this is the camo. We have the army green. I don't see an M on there anywhere either. Why don't we just put the M past here?
Sure.
We'll just put the M here. Because like obviously they meant the M to be somewhere, right? I wonder if it would be easier for me to just like take this whole thing and cut it.
And do the peel off the
Yeah, the other one method.
opposite.
Oops. Like this. Because then we could go kind of just like take part of this down. Try to get our alignment better for the M. Ooh, that's pretty cool. Or maybe the reason they didn't do it is because they realized it was gonna run out of room on the tail and make it look bad. See what I'm talking about? I'm gonna try to peel that back. Oh yeah. Oh yeah! There it is. Looks pretty cool. That makes the W look like crap though. It's like this guy was drinking when he was putting the decals on. That guy was completely sober. I wonder if we need to redo that D because the spacing is like
A little
off.
far.
I don't know. Do we really care? Do we care?
Is that a redundant question?
Do I care? That's a different question. Oh man, why can't I just let well be good enough? Is that what they say? You always correct me. Say what it's supposed to be.
What, well enough alone?
No, wrong. No, worse. Ooh, that looks like possibly. No, that's really terrible. I got another idea. Ooh, that might be there. I think that's it. I think that's it. I should have done a piece of tape for alignment. See, it's deceiving, but you can see the rib locations here, and it's going downhill slightly because of the way I applied them. Okay, that looks,
Fine.
looks okay. Looks okay. I'm not thrilled with it, but it's better than terrible. Why is that big one over there? Okay, so this needs to be the other way then?
I don't know.
Oh.
How do you want it to be?
Well, the W's not gonna fit. Shoot. You see my problem, folks?
There's not a picture of the other side anywhere that I've seen.
Is there really not even one?
You can look.
There's an H. Crap. They don't even show it.
So it just gets to be whatever you want it to be.
Wonderful. So it's going to be in the same order then. Correct? Because that's the way it's going to be. Because I don't know how else to ensure what direction it's supposed to be. And I have no clue what this letter thing's supposed to mean. And if it stands for the hobby company that made it, then I don't care, because I just care about the scale details. And if you're looking at it from this side and you know better, then too bad for you, because I don't. Ooh, that's pretty good, straight and centered. Okay. So for those of you guys thinking about buying this plane, just remember that this plane's going to take a lot of time to put together, and that might be no problem for your schedule, your lifestyle, or whatever. But you know, if it is, then maybe it's just a different plane for you then. Some people love this stuff, putting them together.
But that would need to go to the other.
W then D, I guess.
If we're gonna just like mimic the other side.
Yeah, if we're mirroring the other side, yeah. I wonder if I can just, I don't really need this backing. It's just gonna come off anyway, right?
Right.
Okay.
That did seem to help your.
Yeah, it made it a lot
lining up, though, to have
easier.
it on the backing.
Yeah, that was way easier with the backing on there.
Well, and the other thing, if you're gonna get a plane that's a project, you might spend, you know, several weekends working on it or something.
Yeah. Yeah, you might spend several weekends working on it as opposed to just doing it all in one big, like blow your load all at once like I like to do. Okay. Ooh, there it is, there it is. Yes, yes, that worked. Way better, okay. Yeah, buddy.
There you go.
So much better. Oh, I wish I would have done that on the other side now. Okay, same thing here. So for those of you that are thinking, good Lord, how long is this video? Why do you do such long videos? Don't people complain about it? Yes, and exactly. Some people want to see the long videos. Some people loathe the long videos. But we have a lot of people that really like them, and they're vocal about it, so we just kind of try to do it, because it's either that or we're going to edit out a bunch of stuff that inevitably 400 people will ask us, and then we'll have to try to come up with an answer from like 3 years ago when we were doing this.
Yeah.
And so that's really challenging for us, for me mostly, because I do most of the comments. Hey, look at that M. So we'll just put it like there. Kind of the same thing, I just want to get both of the peaks so that the alignment is right. Good? Yeah, buddy, that was good. That was way better and way faster.
So just look at that side instead of that side.
Yeah. Yep. Okay, cool. Fair enough.
And then,
So now we need to do the wing, right?
yes.
That's the other spot where we got these.
Yep.
The decals do dress up planes. I always think, it's not that big a deal. And then I'm like, yeah, we're gonna put the decals on because they always look really sharp. Even on some of the crappier planes that we've done in our years of doing this, they always seem to like kind of pull the plane together.
Yeah.
And it's surprising because some of the planes are already pulled together a lot just by their construction and, you know, the shapes and everything. Okay, so top and bottom for big. I think it's a cross, hon. But where does the lettering supposed to go?
See, I don't know. See where the cross like splits the color though?
That'd be this wing. So this is supposed to go here. And then what's the MHWD?
Well, I think it's technically DWHM. If you open that page, it shows where the D goes. So the D would be like clear over here on the yellow. So D, cross, and then the W somewhere.
I don't know how well that's gonna work. Okay, more guesswork. It's what I love best about
It's
these
your
models.
own little plane wing.
Yeah,
Whatever
it's
you
like
want it to
whatever
be.
you want it to be. It's like, doesn't really matter what you have, what equipment you have, you can just be whatever you want. Correct? Wait, should I do DW over here?
That's
Good enough. Okay, DW. This one I'm definitely gonna cut out because that did make it a lot easier to apply. Then I can take and just go to the corner, peel off all the backing like that. Oh yeah, buddy. We got that one good. So obviously the radio setup on this plane is gonna be a little bit more effort than what we've done on other planes because of the nature of the setup on the ailerons, flaps, leading edge slats, all that stuff. And so obviously you'll want to stay tuned for that section. If you're looking for that section, just scroll ahead until you see us start doing it. Oh, by the way, some people have asked about chapters. If we had enough time to do the chapter marks, we would do that, but we just are swamped right now trying to keep up with everything. And you get a plane like this and it doesn't help because it's so time consuming. And we love the planes, but this one's just gonna take a long time to put together. Okay. Pull this up and out. Oh, for goodness sakes. Keeps dropping on me every time. There we go, sort of. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Okay, so then this, and by the way, I must say these vinyls are pretty stinking high quality.
that one is cut out perfectly too.
I'm not even gonna give you the satisfaction of replying.
That's all I needed.
Okay, so now let's talk about this. We're gonna have an H and an M, and guess what we're gonna go on top of?
The yellow, right?
Guess what we're gonna go on top of?
No,
Guess what we're gonna go,
it's
what?
supposed to be over there.
What?
Yes.
What?
There's a, see, because there's an H.
Are you
Look,
seriously?
here, H and then the thing, but I think you should just put the H and the M on the yellow and just avoid the servos. If we're already sort of making
Nobody
this
really
our
knows, okay?
our own little-
Except for all 400 of you that watch this in the first 30 seconds, and I'm sure you'll correct us. Man, I can't believe you were so dumb. You didn't know what that stood for. Obviously, it stands for double hung window media. I have no idea what it is. Okay. All right.
Do you want to put your yellow on first? So you have the same lineup or no?
You mean the cross?
Yeah.
Yeah, I probably should. That's a good idea.
It's like your own little Bob Ross airplane wing. Just do whatever you want.
I'm just gonna put a little
It's your
happy
own-
bush over
your
here.
own little world.
Little happy squirrel. Why was everything always happy? Like, what if there's a volcano in the background?
Because Bob Ross never painted a dynamo.
Well, there's that.
Do you think it looks good? I like that.
Yeah, I think it looks cool. I think it looks cool too. I think the plane's gonna look sweet
Yeah.
when it's done. Next February. Hey, let's show them the windsock, just so they can understand our rationale behind doing this today. Yeah, that's pretty much out there all the way. So yesterday our tarp ripped on our hay. Yay. That was fun. Again. For like the third time. We got a really, really high quality tarp evidently. And it was hundreds of dollars.
For the price we paid, it should have been.
You would think it would have been, but it was 30 by 40, so that's a pretty big tarp still. So if you're buying tarps and your tarps aren't ripping, let us know what you're doing, because we are obviously not smart enough to figure it out.
Or you don't live in the Midwest.
Or we're trying to make it look too pretty. Obviously our pile of garbage, hay, looks pretty dang awesome, I think. Yeah, we had 50-mile-an-hour winds yesterday. Sustained, like all day. It was, and I was driving a bunch, so it was super annoying.
I think that looks really cool, actually.
It does. Of course, I don't know what it stands for.
It's okay. Oh, we have to do the crosses on the top, too.
That's right. We do. We're going to do that right now. Okay, so now these ones are located approximately the same spot.
Yeah, they do show those.
Okay. So I don't know how many ribs in we're going to go, but we're going to go as many as I go. Oh, by the way, that chirping reminds me that those batteries are 2200 4S. You can do 2200 through 2800, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Is what they recommend in this plane. Of course, it's a... Ooh, man, I did a bad job of laying that one down. You see this big old bubble? If you get a bubble like that, that is never going to come out of there.
Can you peel it back up?
Maybe. I might have to just push it out. You'll stretch the vinyl if you're not careful. Okay, so I'm just trying to count how many ribs I'm in. 1, 2, 3, 4 to that. Okay, so to the white and black line. 1, 2, 3, 4 to the white line. And then I went like this. Looks pretty similar. Symmetry makes things look a lot nicer usually. Okay, sweet. That looks awesome. Okay, so now that we have the decals done, we're gonna clean up and come right back. All right, so normally on Brian Phillips RC, we don't follow directions just because they're so obvious. But we're gonna follow the instructions on the landing gear and then probably the rest of it too. So the landing gear instructions start on page 1, and you gotta get F1s and some nuts for penetration. Mm-hmm. So F1 is this thing.
Yep.
There's 2 of them. Okay. Then we need some nuts. One says short thread, so the short thread goes in like this, as opposed to the long thread versus short thread, okay? Then grab your nut sack in preparation of penetration here. You need to put this on before you penetrate through the fuse here, right?
Yes. Are there nuts on the inside of the fuse already?
Nope. I'm gonna pull off the canopy carefully because it's magnetically attached. Okay. Whoops. 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 Okay, so we can just lay that down. Okay. Okay, so this is the penetration they're talking about right here. Okay, cool? Mm-hmm. All right, so you're gonna basically jam nut with these nuts. Now be careful in your nut sack, there's also a few bolts. Okay, be careful. Don't lose your nuts. So it looks like we need to thread these on. And remember, these are, they have a flange on them that's gonna make rougher surface if it tries to back out. But if in doubt, maybe a little extra CA on the threads might not be a terrible idea. I'm not doing that because I'll be able to get to these easy. Okay, so these are gonna thread onto the shorter end, like this. Man, that looks like a lot of slop on that. Look at that. Is it possible it's not right? It sure looks right to me.
Are there any other nuts that are even an option?
That's what I'm saying, that have that flange, no.
I didn't see any.
I mean, it's definitely threading on, but like in Chinese quality threading systems. Okay, now I keep going and then I run out of thread, okay? I'm curious if I can run it out of thread. See, they're not showing it run out of thread. They're showing it having a little bit. Like in here, I think we're gonna have to CA it because otherwise there's too much play on that. You see the slop? I just don't like that. Same thing here.
Well, that one's gonna be inside the plane.
No, I know, I'm just checking to see if maybe one of the nuts was bad or weird. Okay, so I'm trying to think when would be the best time to apply the CA if we're gonna apply it. I don't think, we're not gonna necessarily use kicker, but we're gonna use medium CA for this. Thin CA would be ideal for the CA hinges that we do later. They call them paper hinges for some reason. I've never heard that before in my life. Ooh. What? You act like you've never seen me do that before.
Oh, cute.
Ready? So I'm just gonna do this. Now, why are we doing this, camera crew?
To hold your nuts in place.
Why am I doing this myself? So I'm just gonna thread this into the glue. Now, why do we thread that into the glue? We want this thing not to have as much play on it. It's actually not to keep it in place because it's gonna be jam nutted in place. The function of a jam nut is to take the bolts and stretch the shaft out, okay? But that's not what we're doing here. We're just putting it on there so it's got a little bit more thickness to the shaft and between the threads. Not the conventional method. Okay, then we'll just stuff that in there. And now that that's in, I'm gonna see if I can kind of hold it in a weird angle so I can get. Remember, I'm not gluing this in at all. I'm just putting glue on the shaft so that I can thicken up. Oh boy, that's gonna be awkward. How about I do that? Camera crew, are you in a spot where you can just kind of see what's going on? Because this is harder than I thought it would be to get my hand in there. It's actually a pretty big opening. But you see, now I've got that CA spread across the threads. And so it is gonna act a little bit like Loctite. Yes, you could technically just use Loctite or paint on these threads instead of CA, because the CA will make this pretty hard to undo, but that's kind of the idea. So I'm gonna just lay this down right here and see if I can spin that from inside. Gosh, it's not spinning well. I apologize, I'd like to give you guys a better shot of this, but it's just.
I can see through the window.
Oh, good, that's what I was hoping for. Come on, it just doesn't want to spin. There we go, I got the right spot there. I usually don't like turn a nut in with my pinky. Okay. So now that that's in there, obviously that's gonna be down like this at some point, okay? But we're gonna just push it out of the way for now. And do the other side. And we do wanna kinda use caution to not take too long since we did put CA on there in our application. There are nylocks in here, by the way, so don't confuse the two. These are nylocks. These are a flange nut. This one's kind of weird and ugly looking, so I'm gonna put that inside. Okay, so I'll put the pretty one outside. So the pretty one needs to go on first, but I wanna get glue on this part of the shaft. See, just a little bit. So the flange goes toward the outside portion of the fuselage. Spreading the CA around on the threads. I don't know if I got enough CA on there, but we'll find out. Whatever. I'm just gonna do it now, it's easy. A little bit more than I used last time, so I can make sure I cover all the threads. See? And there's gonna be a little glue that inevitably gets on this hole, and that's fine. It's not really a big deal. Certainly not gonna like hurt the model. Man, this is awkward. Imagine having to put all this together and then this is like, this is the 476th step, camera crew. There we go. This does seem like it's gonna be a really solid model, which is exciting. I always like to have a really good quality, heavy duty built model. Okay. All right, so now we can lay that down. And our next step is to glue in the F2s. Okay, so can you see what the F2 is? It's right over there. It's like the spring looking things that are up by the big ones.
The big ones or
no, the little ones?
The little ones?
So these are the little these are the F2s. The bigger ones are the ones that are gonna go down here. Those are E's.
Oh, gotcha.
Okay, so you see how these are exactly the same? So we're gonna slide this on. Gosh, they don't make it very clear which one's which. Looks like it goes this way, toward the front. Okay. So you just slip that over and slide it up. Okay. Oh, good lordy, lord. Are you kidding me? You're supposed to CA in that gigantic hole? Are you kidding? Why is that hole so huge?
That's where you click it in.
That's where you click it in?
And this, you click the CA in.
You click it?
That's what it says.
Can you explain how to click CA, China?
Ready?
Go to the other side so you can see there, camera crew.
Oh, I can see great.
See? Just click it right in there. Do you think maybe they meant drip?
Maybe.
I don't know. I'll just do a little kicker there so it can speed up the process of setting up so it doesn't drip all over inside. They must have meant drip.
Drip would make sense.
I don't know. The Chinese speak a lot more English than I do Chinese.
That's true.
I'm just gonna click a little bit more in there real quick here. Just let that go down in there. And I don't know, I think the bracing on the bottom is actually gonna be a little bit less superficial. This is more of like a decorative thing, I think. Camera crew, would you grab me a Q-tip real quick? My ears are really dirty. No, hurry. I'm trying to get this before it makes a mess of the plane. Okay, thank you. Sorry, I wasn't expecting that to be an issue. But you see what I did there? I had to catch the kicker. Can you get another one? Like 2 or 3, maybe? I'm just wiping up where that was. That's fine, thank you. Well, that would have been nice if that would have been a little bit smarter. See, that was better. And then I can just touch this side, get that drip popped. Oh, set up quick then. All right, so that's good enough for now. All right, so now we just have to do that on the other side. I'm sure it'll be super easy now that we have this thing kind of cattywampus already. Mm-hmm. The other thing too is I think I'm gonna have to tighten those nuts here pretty quick too. But that's the way that's gonna go. Did you happen to get both of those?
I handed
yes,
them
they're right here.
to you? Okay.
It's just blending into the manual.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is supposed to go forward. How do we know it goes forward? Well,
that's what you told us.
good question. Good question. Because I don't. Yeah, you can't get in from the other side, so that's why they want you to click it in. So obviously that's not a structural thing, it's just a beauty thing. That's pretty annoying. I wonder if we should tape that in before we cause a problem later. You might be problematically located there, I wonder. Just be aware. Oh, you know what else I need?
Yeah.
A paper towel.
You want me to go get that while you're
Yeah, I'm just clicking some
clicking
glue.
your glue?
Just clicking it in the holes. In case you guys have no clue what we're talking about, it's in the manual. It says to click the glue into the hole. Which is not unusual for the Chinese manuals to say completely ridiculous things like this. Man, that's just sucking it in like crazy. I'm sure it's just going right in the middle of the plane now. Just trying to kind of keep it tidy so it doesn't look like crap. Do a little bit of this. This is just the kicker, guys. It's called, in this case, it's called InstaSet, which is a product that accelerates the curing process of the CA. And I use it quite a bit. If I would have had it as a kid, I probably would have built more models because it makes things so much easier and faster. Especially when you find yourself in these kind of strange angles and stuff. Just let that set up for just a sec. We'll come back to it. Oh, nice bubble. Thank you for doing that, dispenser of glue. So I'm going to come back in here and clean that up a little bit. Where's the rest of my Q-tips? Where did they disappear to? Can you see?
The ones that aren't on the manual.
There's one right here. Dang it. That's frustrating. Everything was blending in. Couldn't see it. Okay, so that's recessed down inside of the frame too. So we're just going to try that again. Another drip. Just letting it run down the length of the F frame member. Okay, all right, cool. So we're done with that step, hypothetically. Short of, we need to get those nuts tightened. I kind of think those are supposed to be, oh shoot. Kind of think those are supposed to be at a certain angle, and I don't know what that exact angle is. I suppose that's going to get set here in the next step, so we kind of just need to keep progressing fairly quick so it doesn't screw everything up.
Okay.
That could slip. All right, so the next piece is the E. And the E's are...
The big
the big
string
ones.
pieces.
And I'm just kind of looking at that for a quick second. Why did they already show that installed? That isn't installed yet. This is step 1. Okay, so these are gonna go a certain way and not the other way. Again, not super clear. What the heck? Oh, okay, so E1 and E2. E2 is evidently longer. Or E1 is, boy, they show a pretty good angle to help you distinguish which one's which. Okay, guys. One's bigger, one's shorter.
Does that help?
You wanna, that's what? E2 is, okay, E2 is the shorter one, so E2 goes forward. Okay, yeah, that does help. Let's hope I can get this on here now. Oh yeah, we'll have plenty of length. So that's gonna go back like this. Okay.
So that was E1.
Yes.
Okay.
That is not lined up very good at all. Not sure why. And then it looks like E1 is supposed to be on the first one on, and then E2 is the second one on. Okay, so as you can see, that's also not lined up, and that's because these are not perfectly aligned yet. See that? That's how that's gonna keep alignment true. So there is a hole or a place to actually lay these screw down blocks in. And I'm not sure if they've, see they show screw holes. Mine doesn't have screwed holes. This is the bracket right here. These two. These are the wing joiners, something like that. Let me just put all this stuff back in here so we don't have to search for it again. And then there are screws that go through these. And then we have a bag like this, and there's a bunch of these small screws. These ones I believe are right because they call for 4 by 15 millimeter self-tapping screws. That sure looks correct. Let's measure them, but I need 4 of them if it's right. In this one, I'm gonna have to measure it because I can't guarantee that I've got it right otherwise. That's 10. All over, that's 12, so that's not it. Yeah, that's not big enough. Okay, so why don't you just grab those bags there and we'll see if we can find them. While you're doing that, I'm gonna put these nuts away so we don't lose them. Those are a lot bigger.
Those are a lot bigger.
$15 millimeters, probably about right. 17 with the head. Without the head, that would be 15.99 by 3 millimeters. Oh my goodness. So it's an M4 by 15. Okay, M4 by 15. Yeah, that actually probably does look about right. Ooh, that's screwing into the material though. See that? Mm-hmm. And those are much shorter than, so 15 millimeters, this looks like the right piece in the drawing. They're about half the length. Mm-hmm. There's no way this is it. That'd be way too big. Okay, fine. This is what they are. There are times in these assemblies where you just kind of have to make a decision and go with it and hope that you don't use all the screws from another step that you need, because we've had that happen before on other planes. Actually, we've had it happen on other Dancing Wings planes. Okay, so now that we have that in position, what I have to do is I have to find where all this stuff mounts, okay? So once I get this straight, okay, is there supposed to be a nut on there first? Let's check.
Yes. Look
Yep, there's supposed to be a nut. Okay, so we need another nut out of here. Oh boy, what came first, the chicken or the egg? Actually, it was the folded manual. Why did they fold this manual, by the way? I just noticed that. Was it folded?
It was. Yes.
Why did they fold manuals? That is so annoying.
Well, it was kind of like draped over another piece.
Oh, great. So there's these ones are supposed to go together, right? Look at my sack. Look at my nut sack.
Oh, great.
So we're short. Oh man, that's so annoying. All right, is there another nut sack somewhere?
I'm looking.
Yeah, because we definitely didn't use any extras on the rest of the assembly. Okay, so while you're doing that, I'm gonna put these on here. And I'm gonna apply a little bit of CA to the inside nut as well. Couple of threads advance of where it's gonna end up. Okay. You didn't see him, did you?
I did not see anything else.
Son of a gun. That is a weird bolt too. Weird nut, rather. Definitely need it though. I don't know if the flange is 100% necessary, but it's definitely, I'd really like to have the flange on there because that serves a purpose. Okay, so now that we have that nut on, we can repeat the process. We'll just take these off for a quick second. And we'll put glue on this side too. A couple threads ahead of where we need it, so we don't make a mess of the whole dang thing. Is it possible like I dropped it somewhere?
There's definitely only 4 other things in there. Different nuts.
Okay, so that's all the way threaded and all the way threaded. So now we need to put the E1 back on first, which happens to be the longer one. And I don't think there's a difference between this and the other side, but you'll note that they are not lined up there because I glued these before they were in position, okay? So it needs to be in position before, that'll hold it in the right spot, okay? Same thing here. Okay. I suppose one could probably bend those so that they stay stiff and in position tight. Okay, so this needs to go on here when it gets into position. There's blocking in here, so I can feel that's gonna hit some blocking. That's good. Then back here, I can't necessarily make any guarantees. What type of hardware goes in on the inside? The other nut? It's an unt. You gotta put the unt on there. Do you see the unt? Okay, so I'm gonna put this unt on. Once we get this unt all the way down, that does seem right to you, right? Mm-hmm. Okay.
It does.
So now I gotta get an unt over here too.
But what are you gonna use?
I don't know. That's a great question. Let's figure that out right now.
Okay.
What do you say? We pause it and we'll go through the RTL fastener stuff and see what we can find.
Okay.
Okay, so these nuts are evidently like a very strange size, okay? The camera crew has gotten, this looks like a 7mm drive size. Okay, so 7mm. We can run those all the way down now. Okay, it's just that they're bottomed out basically. Wait, I'm going the wrong way, aren't I? Nope, going the right way. There we go, so we got that bottomed out. Then down here next to the fuse, I should be able to torque this in a little bit, just until it tightens up. You don't want to crush the balsa wood too much. Now that we kind of have this sort of close to where it needs to be, we're gonna have to get the positions pretty close, because now you can see like this stuff is starting to get to where, you know, we can articulate where that's actually supposed to end up. See, once these are both tight, then I can square things, okay? So that's part of the reason that I was searching for this, and I went down and found a bunch of these in my spare parts, and none of them are right. So I happened to find one screw that was evidently off of like a machine that I had taken apart at some point in my life, and that thread's on. So now at least that I have a thread, I can figure out what's going on with this size, because all of these, they get on there, but then they immediately bind, probably because they're standard and this is metric. So what I have to do is I have to now take one of these nuts and use them, or I have to go through and find an alternate nut that's not the same and then tap it so that it will go on, or I need to use this as a spacer, one that's bigger, and then let that wheel go on. Trouble is, the way that the wheel goes on in this application is that it immediately goes on after this step. Now, what that means for us is that if we have a bigger bolt or a bigger nut that's similar to the same height, then you may be able to get away with that.
Just as a spacer?
Just as a spacer. Again, I don't like that solution, but it might be a solution if you have a similar circumstance. So if you're in that same boat, you may be able to get away with just kind of doing this as a compression thing, you know, or just spinning it on there. Because like I said, this is on there, it's not actually threading on, it's just pushed at a weird angle, so it forces it to thread at some point, you know. And then over here, should probably have taped that in. Okay, so then this side we can go ahead and thread this in. Okay. That's nice and tight. And then this side, of course, is not going to be nice and tight because, well, I guess I could technically go up a couple of sizes. Nope. Maybe 3 sizes. It's weird, but we might actually be able to tighten this. Even though it's the wrong size. I think it's just going to pop free every time we start to get some tension on it. But the idea is, if you do it this way and then you put your wheel on there, it's gonna bind the wheel. So then it's gonna wanna yaw every time on the ground, and it's gonna have terrible ground handling. So that's not acceptable, so I gotta figure out what type of nut. So I think my next bet is to take a tap and try to tap one of these nuts so that we can force it down into this position. So we're gonna do that and then come right back. Hopefully you won't have the same nut missing, but we did have a nut missing and it just happens to be a critical one. Most nuts are pretty critical. Welcome back, YouTube. This thing is driving me crazy. So I'm gonna tape it on here now that we're like most of the way done with where it's gonna drive me crazy. You may notice the video quality changed a little bit. We had to go back to an old camera because we used up the battery on our other one, so it's charging.
Yes.
So if you'll note here, I tightened that nut. I was able to thread that with a tap. Otherwise it would have cross-threaded like crazy. And then I put a washer on there to help emulate. Some of the thickness is not exact, but it's pretty dang close. Close enough for what I need. Okay, then you can look here. That's lined up in the middle. And if you take your finger and feel, there is backing there. It's just down a little bit from the rib. Okay, so why don't we start there since it's easy. You take this little plastic thing and just kind of slide it on there, and then that'll help you to figure out where your holes go. Okay, so then I'm gonna take the screw and just push it through and force it into the balsa wood, a little teeny bit. Then I'm gonna take and run this in and actually get that to go. Oh yeah, good bite, good bite. I just hope I don't have too good of a bite, so we need to actually take and pre-drill. It's possible that it's gonna need to be pre-drilled as hard as it's going in, which is good. I mean, that's a great problem to have on a balsa wood model. Okay, so I'm just kind of trying to be careful not to squish the whole model. There it goes. Nice, 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 nice. Okay, so we're just gonna get that most of the way down. See, it's gonna pull down that plastic. That's a really good grip. I did not expect that. Man, that is really a tight grip. I did not expect that was gonna be so good. Okay, all right. And then this one, you'll see that it's not aligned. So we have to actually pull that into alignment. This is gonna be kind of a bear cat. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna overbend it just a little bit, and I'm gonna see if there's a way I can manipulate these blocks, these little braces that we clicked our glue into, and see if maybe I can kind of pivot where the nut is to see if that helps it relax, because I want it to relax into the neutral position. Now my tape that I put on here is fighting me instantly, big surprise. But you'll see kind of what I'm talking about here. I want this to be right there, and that is blocked all the way along. And unfortunately, you can see I've already marred the finish quite a bit just doing all this dinking around. So when hobby companies neglect to send all the hardware, that is pretty annoying to me. That makes me mad. But what are you gonna do? It's a nut. You just gotta figure it out. Also, the alignment could be such that you might just wanna try to square it up here and go over, bend it a little bit. See? And then we'll go ahead and get this down, and then once we're down, we'll go ahead and click some more glue into there. Just like this, that's where that needs to go. So I'm gonna take this little clampy thing, line it up, push it back. I gotta be careful on this because I have like really nothing to push against. When you push hard, it just tips on you. So you're gonna have to kind of figure out where you want that to sit, and you're gonna need to make sure that you get enough room for my elbows.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm gonna take this and just pierce the covering and try to get into the wood, which I'm into the wood a little teeny bit. I'm not left-handed, so this is kind of a challenging step for me because I'm using my left hand. Oh yeah, it's going. We're getting good bite. Okay, now I'm only about halfway in, but that's good enough to get the second one started, so we have alignment. See if I can put my hand in there like this. Okay, so here's octagonal front windscreen. See how awkward this can be? I'm supporting the screw. See, it's wanting to tip up on me. You just knocked over the CA. Okay, got it. Thank you, hon. The CA had a lid on it, so I didn't make a mess.
I'm just trying to give you room.
No, you're doing a good job. For those of you that have never filmed yourself for 2,000 or 3,000 hours, you're bound to knock over a bottle of CA here and there.
Sometimes a little awkward.
Oh yeah, buddy, that is beautiful.
That's cool.
Way more sturdy than I thought it was gonna be.
Yeah.
Like this, are you kidding me? Now
What?
the other one
one?
is slipping in and out. Oh my goodness. Okay, we're gonna tape that right now because I'm not gonna let that win. This is just masking tape. Yes, we did get masking tape just for this part of it. And I should have done that right at the beginning because that's been so annoying the whole time. So you see this curve? Not crazy about that. I'd like it to be kind of not curved. And then I would like to make sure that these glue joints, you see where they're in there? See them on the inside by the servo tray? See that? Are you?
Oh, yes.
That's what I'm talking about. And I can see up front, it looks like, yeah, so there should be, now that we know where they're coming into the fuselage, we can kind of basically get those where they need to be, and then we can glue them. actually glue them.
That was an interesting process.
Hey. Show them what I'm doing from above if you can.
It's watching you through the window.
Oh, well, you can't
It's really hard
probably
to see.
see. I'm dripping.
Yep, I saw it drip that time.
Okay, so once I drip, then I'm just gonna come in here and follow up with a little bit of this kicker and let that set. Whoops. That's a good way to get a nice face full of CA gases. It's just not very fun. Okay, so guys, same thing. Maybe the camera crew can see better here. Oops. Oops. Yeah, there it is. And that is definitely not proper building technique. And I don't care. Not even a little bit. That's gonna definitely hold it. And we'll just let that CA and kicker do its job. And then once we have that kind of set up for a second, then we can go in and do the front. So the idea is, at the end of the day, that landing gear is pretty sweet looking, actually. I'm surprised how cool that is.
It's very different than like
Most planes.
anything else, yeah.
Yeah, I agree. The other thing too is we need to get our mounts and stuff, but the directions, okay, by the way, this is the directions for the ESC. That can be over here, out of the way.
Okay.
Glad we tripped over it that whole time for no reason. That was super fantastic. Also, I'm trying to figure out if I should back this nut off and put glue in there. I can't remember if I did glue. Do you remember?
You did on the inside set of nuts, but not on the outside. Your inside nuts and your outside nuts?
It's kind of personal. Let's look at this. There it is. Perfect. Okay. Come in here and soak up some of that kicker.
Are you putting the landing gear pants on now too?
That's actually a bogey fairing, I think is what that is. Because it's not pants. Pants go around the wheel, I think. I could be wrong, and if I am,
I don't know what else to call them.
no, I understand. Me neither. That worked better. Okay, so now I'm just gonna flip over and stick it in the other side. I mean, the CA. To look like, see just right there? Okay. I hate it when it does that. It makes a huge mess. Okay. So now we can, one more drip. Okay. Then that'll act with the kicker that's already on the surface. Okay, so really our next step in this process is gonna be continuing the landing gear, I think. No, we gotta glue those things on before we put the wheels on, evidently.
Apparently.
Okay, I don't know that there's a whole lot of rhyme or reason to that, but I guess let's just go ahead and do it. I'm excited to reduce the piece count of this model because this model has a lot of pieces.
Right.
And pieces to me are discouraging because this is such a, like an involved build. And so for me, it's like, I wanna just go fly it right now. I don't wanna build it, I wanna fly it. Oh, and by the way, we did look through our RTL fasteners kits. We did not have the right size for this particular weird thing. Okay, so what are the instructions on the wheels?
Well, are you gonna do
The pants? Yeah, we're gonna do the pants. Okay, let's do the pants.
Oh, you have them right here.
Yep, so there's two, M79, M74. I don't know if it matters which one's which. Does it say?
Well, that one also says 79 and that one said 74.
Yeah, but I don't
I
understand.
don't know if it matters.
Well, that one didn't get totally cleaned out. Oh, there it is. It's just a covering. So they want it to be like this, obviously. But I'm just not sure if there's a difference. Oh, crap. Is that supposed to push that up?
Where are those going to go?
They push that up into place.
Holy cow.
Is that can't be right. Oh, wait. Is it supposed to be the other way? Yeah, they go up. Look, they go up. They go up.
Wow.
Yeah. So you're supposed to click that into place. I wish I would have said you need to bend it. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's a pretty extreme maneuver. If I would have bent it, it would have been in the right angle. Oh, are they bent on the drawing?
It's really hard to tell on the box.
I think they probably had to have bent them because they definitely don't mention anything about bending them in reality. On our drawings, they don't talk at all about that. Oh, geez. Oh, geez. There. See, that's pretty good. Pretty good right there. I'm just afraid if I push too hard here, it's going to rip up into the balsa wood. Mm-hmm. And it's going to look like crap and not work. Okay, well, not perfect. That's for sure. There is no real getting around that. So that's the way that's supposed to go? Or is that supposed to reach down past? I don't know. It's not very clear though. And once I glue this, this is gonna need to go, let's just assume it's like this. See, like that. And then what do we glue it and then leave it in place? Or do we glue it and then let it ride down there? I'm not sure. I think that's probably where it goes.
Just says clamp it together with glue.
Oh, that is such a terrible feeling doing stuff like that because you know if you overdo it, it's gonna break something. Can't hit I can't get my hand all the way in there. Sure, the guy that built it at the factory could probably stick his hand in there, no problem. What? Okay, so same thing over here. I'm just gonna try to bend these again. I get my fingers down maybe if I do that. The glue hasn't broke free, that's a miracle. Oh, that broke free. It's okay. Nothing a little more glue can't fix. Okay, well that could have been more terrible. That wasn't too bad. Was it?
No.
Or was it?
That wasn't too bad.
So they wanted us to clamp this together with glue. Okay, that's always easier said than done. So what I want to do is I want to kind of like be sort of prepared, and if we could just get some more crap to put on the island, and yeah, that'd
like
be
start dinner.
Start dinner. What is it, like dinner time?
Well, for
normal people?
Not for us.
Okay, so 74, 79. I honestly, I don't understand if they mean like 74 as in this is a pair. I can't tell.
I mean, I would assume.
But 74 and 74 and 79 and 79 doesn't, I just honestly, I'm not sure. I can't make a good read on it. I feel like they're exactly the same is the thing. Like look at the profiles. It's not like there's any difference there. They're exactly the same. I think it's just a pair. Like this is number 79, so we're gonna use this over here, okay? So then there's two trains of thought in my mind. You can either glue that to this piece, or you can glue this to itself, which I think is gonna work better. But then it's gonna be allowed to spin and stuff, and I don't really want it to spin. So ideally, maybe I'm gonna just glue this to the rod first.
Oh,
So I'm just gonna let that CA run down, and then camera crew is gonna help me with the CA, with the kicker maybe, because she can reach it better than I can. You don't need to get it out, just put it over here so I can reach it. Perfect.
Okay, the lid's off.
So now I've got that square with the fuse. Then I'm just gonna kicker that in. And just hold steady, camera crew. And wipe out any excess here so that we don't stop it from connecting together, okay? All right. See, now that's gonna hold in place here in just a mere couple seconds. See? All right, then the next move is gonna be slide that in and drop it into place, right? But I want this to be set up before I do all that. Because it's just, I don't want the ambiguity of having it rock. Can you let go of that, please? That's, yeah. I have to tip the bottle so I can get the CA, the kicker to actually coat this. See, like that. See, it's coated now. I just don't understand, like, how can that really not be set up yet? But it isn't. I'm just looking at a different angle to make sure it's perpendicular to the fuse. Because you don't want that at an angle. It would create a huge amount of drag. And it's not gonna do much else for helping. Now this is gonna glue really quick with CA like this. Especially on balsa to balsa connection like that. So I'm gonna take and clean this up by just spreading it a little bit, and then I'm gonna go right in and just attack. Remember, there's still a little teeny bit of kicker in there, so it's probably gonna make it set up fairly quick. This is gonna be like the most stout landing gear ever. It's probably gonna like crack the fuse when you land hard. Because these landing gears, like, they're not soft at all. I think you'd probably want to put some nice pneumatic tires on here if you were flying from a rough flying field. See how that's not held together at all? I do not understand it because it feels like it's really bonded nicely down here. Hopefully my tip sticks between the cheeks. Okay. So let's try that, and hopefully it doesn't goop out everywhere. I'm gonna get a little bit of this in there. Yeah, buddy. Oh yeah. So this is a gap filling CA product as well. So I just want to kind of clean the little leading edge. Okay. See, that's holding it now. That is one clean finish though for being a radio controlled airplane. I mean, usually don't see it that clean to have a wrap that nice and finished. Almost looks like plastic, but it's totally not, it's balsa. Okay. I may have to flip it over and try to do the same thing over here. Okay, so these tires be kind of out of the way for now too. I'm gonna just try to flip it over and see if I can get the bottom to close tighter. See, I've got, this bottom has that little teeny bit of gapping there. See if I can get that to go in there too. Oh crap, it's trying to glue me together. So the other thing too is, I've learned from a lot of gluing of my fingers together. Sometimes when you push things together, you gotta be real careful that it doesn't stick yourself to the finished product. See, I just can't get that to close all the way. I don't know that it really matters though. You see what I'm dealing with there, guys? I see it wants to open back up. I think it's gonna stay on there okay. It would have been cool on something like that to have a couple of screws to hold it together, because then you could take that off if you needed to. That does look totally sweet though, now that I sit and look at it. Okay, well, anyway, it's coming together. It's just one of those things where, sorry, I gotta kind of almost turn away from you there. It's one of those things where it's just a lot of different little small, reasonably easy steps.
Are we gonna show them this whole side too?
Yeah.
Okay.
Are we? Are we not? Well, we normally do.
Okay.
See what I'm doing? Just lots of CA down the crack. And then we'll just do a little bit more. Remember, this is gap filling CA, it's not thin, so that's why it's running at that certain viscosity. You can see in the sun how it's running down. But it's gonna be pretty thin by the time you get that all in there. So then I probably gotta come back and backfill again, but it's gonna wanna run down, make a huge mess. So that means I'm gonna have to have the plane on side, like this, so it doesn't all goop out of it. So now I wanna mimic the look of the other side too, so that's where you gotta be real careful. It's just kind of a balancing act between all those different scenarios. So going in there, filling the front edge. Now I can come back and really kick that stuff into top gear. Okay. Wiping off excess here. Lay that over here so it can sit up. Okay, so as you can totally see, it's oh, and by the way, if you guys weren't already aware, CA that sits for a long time is slower to activate. And that's part of the reason why I have some troubles, because the CA that I use has been with me for a long time. So if you want to have better, more responsive CA, buy fresh CA. And I've always struggled with that, guys. It's always been a big issue. I've had a million people tell me to put it in the fridge. First of all, I mean, I practically build every plane that we have in our kitchen, but I have never found approval to put this crap in the fridge. And then second of all, I've never found that it really helps. I think I did try it a few times, but I don't buy that it makes that big of a difference. And plus, I find that I go through a lot of CA, and then I go through like virtually no CA, and then I go through a lot of CA, and then I go through virtually no CA, and then I go through a lot of CA, and I go through virtually no CA. And what happens is you go through these spells where you end up using a lot of one particular product or another in terms of glue products. And the glue products are expensive, and they do not have a long shelf life. So that's one of the problems we've had with that. Plus, we've struggled to figure out ways to kind of keep air out of them and all that good stuff. I store them in plastic bags and all that, sealed plastic bags without clipped caps. And that does help, but it's like not the end all cure all. It's still pretty easy to get that stuff to set up on accident. Ooh. Just rotating as I go to pick off those couple of drips. There's quite a little bit of glue on this joint here, so you see want to force out there. Looks a lot better if you can peel it out of there. You know, and I could see somebody wanting to use a 2-part epoxy for something like this just because of the nature of the joint. And that's fine if you do, but just keep in mind that 2-part epoxy has its drawbacks, and a big part of it is the weight. So don't forget to consider that when you're making your judgment about what glue to use. The manufacturer recommends doing this with CA. don't know if you guys notice, I always dip the spout down in there. And I find that it just gets me just enough to do. If you spray this out of the nozzle, boy, you waste so much of it and you get it everywhere. I used to do that all the time and it was such a mess. Okay, so we've got that glued together and I think we're pretty much solid on that too. And that does look pretty sweet, doesn't it? Mm-hmm. I don't like that. We're gonna have to give that a little bit of TLC. And then there's a drip about to pop out here. Yeah, I missed that one, dang it. See that down there?
Oh, just the gap there.
If I can get it, I don't think it's gonna stay. Maybe, I don't know. Feels pretty good. I think it's gonna be solid, like it's gonna hold. Man, that's looking sweet. All right, so what's next on the agenda there?
Wheels, actually.
Okay, I just noticed a drip of glue. Now, I don't know if that was from earlier or if that was from just now. If that's from just now, yeah, that looks like it's probably from just now. I'm gonna wipe that off of there. CA will really mess up the look of your covering on a model like this, so just try to get it as quick as you can if you see a drip like that. Oh, and I got a drip on my finger. Where did that come from? Okay, I need to find a place I can lay this down. So I'm gonna go on to the instruction manual. All right, so what's next is putting tires on and then a nylock, right?
I think it just says nut, so we'll have to look at that.
It's a nylock on the outside.
That would make sense.
Which is fine, because you don't want to have to jam nut the outside. You could jam nut it, or you could use nylock. But a nylock is gonna help it to not back off. All right, so let's go ahead and put these wheels on. They should go on pretty easy. Wheel 1, good free spinning, that's awesome. Wheel 2, good free spinning, okay, sweet. All right, so now I need to get the nut out of the case, the nut sack over here.
These, I'm assuming? Two of
Yep,
these?
those are the nuts, I think.
Okay.
Sorry, I didn't mean to block your view, folks. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and dump our nut sack out. And this is what I was talking about earlier. In this particular nut sack, there's these weird nuts that I don't know what they are, and then there's this one little nut, okay? And then there's 2 of these nylocks. So I have to assume that those 2 nylocks are the nylocks that we're talking about here. It's an M4 self-locking
Yeah,
nut.
it does say self-locking nut.
And it says M4 too, which is nice. And that little thing's gonna be necessary for something somewhere, and you better be careful not to lose it. Okay? I never did understand the idea of making an assembly in a kit this complex that doesn't just have every own bag, like a bag for every step. Like, not every step, but like every type.
You still dripping glue?
I just got glue on the fingers, on my fingers, and I'm just trying to make sure I don't have like some huge glob of it somewhere. You gotta be careful about that. All right, so I'm just gonna check this. Yeah, it looks like it's a 7mm nut. Since these are nylocks, you're gonna have to run them all the way in. And yes, I do have a nylock, or I do have a nut driver that would work for this. But it looks like I can do it this way just fine, because I can lift up the fuse. You're basically gonna go till it's tight and then back it off like a quarter turn or so. Okay, so tight and then quarter turn. Actually, might go a little bit more. Yep, and then. Okay, so that's pretty good. Starting to really kind of take shape. I mean, there's a lot of pieces we've put on so far, but show the people how much the island's cleared off since we started.
It's
It's getting there.
every piece.
Every piece counts. Every bolt's got a place except for the ones that we don't figure out.
Or the ones we missed.
Or the ones we missed, which is bound to come true later. Get a plane this complicated and It's kind of a miracle that anything ever gets to us from China, right?
I feel like on the PT17, we thought we were going to have a ton of hardware left over.
We
and then
ran
in the
out.
End,
we were short.
We were a little bit short.
We got shorted on a bunch of weird ones. And so we ended up doing it a different way and we were still short, remember?
Yeah, to string those.
Or no, we weren't short because we did it a different way. We would have been short if we would have done it the right way.
Yes.
On the turnbuckles.
Yeah. So it's hard to say how much like extra hardware there is.
I would say there's 0 extras. Okay, now back a quarter. Not quite enough that time. Not quite enough still. Okay. Nice. Okay, sweet. Oh, that is so cool. Loving it. That is so cool. Wheels look good. Mm-hmm. Okay, so next step. What's next? The next step is we're supposed to insert those things at some point, but they never actually told us to do it. Did they?
I
sure
think so.
didn't see it. Because I believe that instruction comes somewhere else. Okay, so we're supposed to start doing the paper hinges. I don't know what they're talking about there.
Well, open up your page 2 to see what's...
Well, they talk about the landing gear tail wheel, but that happens as part of the assembly of this.
Yeah.
Okay, let's just scan through quick and see if they talk about it anywhere. Oh crap, look at that. Oh, that nut's already in there. On the wing.
Oh.
See, we've already figured out the direction all those have to be, which is good. Yep, see this, guys? The Z-bend goes out to this thing, and then the rest goes in there, which is good. Oh, look, see, there they talk about it. That's step 4.1.
So we're not there yet.
No, so we, see, and it goes in where that screw is. See that screw from the top? Those 2 silver screws, or that's it. But they're showing a bolt that goes in. What the heck? That's weird. Okay, whatever. So we answered that question at least.
So we're starting step 2, basically.
Yeah. And I'm just looking at this because we need to do this assembly too, which is going to be the one that catches you off guard. Right there. That's the one that's going to screw us over. Bend the tail wheel wire? Are you kidding me? I have to bend that? Oh no, we do. What? Why didn't they bend it for us? How the heck am I supposed to know where to bend it? Oh, because you have to feed it through that thing. That's why.
Oh, fun.
Because otherwise you wouldn't be able to get that through. But you understand what I'm saying? So this should be the next step, is the hinges. But we're not assembling the 2 halves. We're putting the hinges. There's page 2. Wait,
You still need that.
Here's
yeah.
reference to part of page 2, part 2. Okay, so we got to start doing this. So we need to have this and this, this, and the vertical stabilizer and rudder, right? Okay, and then we need to have, ooh, I'm probably gonna need to get an X-Acto knife while you get the vellum stuff. You called it vellum, right?
That's what I said it looked like to me. Because you said it's like plastic, and I said it looks like vellum paper.
Yeah, because I said it's definitely not paper.
Right.
It's like plastic.
And then what else are you gonna need for this step?
I don't know.
Okay.
Thin CA, except I'm gonna use that because I'm lazy. Thin CA is only thin until it's not thin. Then it's like this. That's the problem with thin CA. With reference to the joint of the surface, use your utility knife to cut off the film. I hate that step. I've always hated that on these builds because I never get it right. So are these already pre-marked for us?
That's what I was trying to figure out.
No, there's already slots. Look, I don't even think I have to cut it. So these are the vellum pieces you're talking about? Mm-hmm. Yep, and the CA hinges. Okay, so let's try putting a couple of them in. Holy cow, those things are not gonna come out without scissors.
Okay.
They're just like so strong, which shouldn't come as a surprise. I've never seen them like this on a strip. Mm-hmm.
Are you just saying how much you love doing craft projects with me?
I think I might have been saying something a little bit different. It's possible. Okay, so they're showing the vertical stabilizer first. Yeah, they already have the slots cut.
Nice.
Oh, thank God, I was nervous about that step. It looks like 3 of them in there.
And you don't put any CA on them yet?
What do you put on there?
CA now? Or not?
Normally you would put these in and then wick CA in. That's if you're using thin CA like you're supposed to. I can't get this middle one to go in. I wonder if they changed the design or something. See? Like, I can't get that in there. They're showing 3 definitely though. How many are cut into this? Let's check. There's 1. There's 2. Remember, we're not supposed to put this all together. We have to bend that tail wheel. Gosh, I'm gonna get burned if I don't do that right now, aren't I? See, I don't see anywhere that that would fit either. So there's only 2. I only have 2, guys. Unless you're supposed to do something different. You see, there's only 2 slots there. Hate to break it to me.
Okay.
Okay, so the way you're supposed to do this is CA is wicked into this joint after it's glued in position, okay? So you put this like wherever it's supposed to be and then you wick it in, okay? And then that sucks in and on the surface tension pulls it in. Oh, you know what? I wonder if they wanted us to go the other way with them, which would be a little bit strange, but not impossible, because they're so tall. Let's see. That's pretty good alignment still. I wonder how big that gap is supposed to be. Do they suggest a gap? They don't talk about it, do they?
No, that's what I can see.
Okay. Sure looks like they're putting them lengthwise on this picture. So, like this. Don't you think?
Yeah, I agree.
Okay. So guys, that's the way you do that. It's super simple. And then if you have thin CA, it's like the easiest thing ever. It takes like 1 second. You just basically put your nozzle on there. Once you get it exactly where you want, you get it situated like the way that is not situated. See how it turns sideways? You're gonna have to glue 1/2 of it first. See, and then you slip that in there. Get everything so the gap is exactly where you want it. Make sure you got enough clearance to actually run the rudder. And then all you do is you just take your bottle and just drip it on there and it'll suck right inside. We're gonna try and see if our thin CA is working. We'll come right back. All right, so these hinges, we've got them in there just pressure fit. Obviously we need to build the rudder tail assembly for the tail wheel. And part of the problem is the drawings show that there's gonna be 6 of these. which is over there now. 3 of these, but there's only 2 of them and 4 of them. So I don't know what the deal is, and I guess we're gonna have to figure it out later. Maybe they changed the design so that it would be a little bit easier to move the surfaces. Sometimes that becomes a problem. Also, you see this? I think that that's broke inside. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna pull hard, and then what I'm gonna do is I'm actually gonna put some thin CA. This is my thin CA. You see how it's runny, like water? This is what I do to preserve my CA. I leave the tip on there, the factory tip. And then I have a bottle like this. You see how it doesn't even like run at all? And I'm gonna use this opened tip, okay? So this is gonna allow me the ability to basically take this tip off. Now, don't spill this. This will go everywhere and it's a huge mess. Okay. So once I do this, it's gonna let air back in too, which is what we're trying to avoid, obviously. Okay, so usually I just kind of like switch the tips. Try not to get the little chunkies in there because those chunky crispies are gonna not help your cause, okay? All right, so now that that's in there, I'm gonna take an X-Acto knife and I'm gonna basically make a hole so I can get, I need you to not be right over my edge, please. So you see this? I gotta actually get in here so I can try to glue that. So basically I'm just cutting a small little relief, hardly anything, and it's gonna discolor it. I know it already because it always does when you have to do stuff like this, which is kind of annoying because it's a brand new model and I'm fixing it. But I'm gonna squeeze this stuff in there a little bit. Okay, then I'm just gonna pull that tip out. And I'm just gonna work it just a little teeny bit so it kind of pulls that glue into the joint. See, I've got it bent. Looks terrible, doesn't it? Mm-hmm. It's partly because of the way that the balsa wood works, and then also partly by the way of the covering film. See, I put it on there and it sucked it in. That capillary effect just pulls it right in. Then I'm going to take and just use a little bit of this to clean up the edge. And then I'm gonna just go over the top. And then that's literally all the attention it's gonna get from me. Okay, we're gonna do that. We're gonna slide it to a clean surface. And then I'm gonna take it, I'm gonna drip some kicker in there. Little teeny bit of kicker is all it takes. Okay, and then let that capillary in there. Okay, so what that's gonna do is it's gonna basically replace that little void of that abscess in there. Is going to get filled with glue, and the glue is going to become the strength instead of the balsa wood that's absent, or the break or the crack or whatever it is, you know. Okay. So I'm going to just kind of tighten this while we're waiting for a second. Put the perfect brand new cap on there. So this is no good basically. It's dried out. Okay, then we can, with some level of confidence, we can say that that's going to be resolved. Okay, it's not perfect, but it's better than it would have been. And I didn't want to have to cut a whole section out. Now, I want to start by getting these CA joints glued. And I want to make sure I get good penetration into this wing and then into that. So the horizontal stabilizer, see, you can push it all the way in. So just make sure you don't put more than half of it in there. But then what's gonna happen is this is gonna wick in. So I'm gonna take this bottle. This you wanna get a fairly close up shot so they can see. Watch how fast it wicks in. See? It's just gonna suck that into that surface. The problem is it's gonna suck it up both ways. Trying to get it so you can see good. Okay. So now, I would normally want this in place on both sides, but I gotta get that to wick in on both sides. And when we're done, we're not gonna glue this yet either, okay? So just the drip, let it suck in. See how it pulls it in with that capillary effect. That's why thin CA is just a different beast. It's not something you want to use for everything, but it is really nice for certain applications. And you do not want a bunch of CA on that joint there. You don't want that there. You're going to break it as soon as you move it, which is what you're supposed to do. So let that capillary in. Wipe the drips if you get them. It's usually not a big deal. And what this is going to do is that's going to hold it still so that when I push it into the other surface, which in this case is the actual elevator, then it's going to hold these still. And sometimes you have a little better luck if you get CA on both sides, and then it sort of works together. Okay? You just kind of let that do its thing. You don't want to get a ton on this side because you want that to capillary in when you do the other side. Okay, so I'm going to pull a little extra off of there and a little extra off of there. And then I think the others are fine. So now this one should be, see, it's not really holding very good, is it now? But you see, it's sucked the CA in there. Well, look, it still moves just like we didn't do anything. So that's not very promising. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to lay this off to the side in a manner that it isn't going to get glue all over the counter. And then we're going to build the assembly for the tail wheel. Okay, so now we need to take this thing. We're going to cap this off in the meantime so it doesn't get a bunch of air in there and start setting up. That sounded weird. So now we're going to pull this out. Obviously we need to set those in there here in a minute. First things first, we got to take this aluminum thing, and there's 3 holes. The 2 bigger holes are the holes, you know. Then this thing, I need a Phillips screwdriver to back it out. So this is like a little set collar thing. That'll set our depth, our height of the landing gear, I think. You sure that's the right one?
There's another one in this bag, but they looked identical when I took them both out.
Well, I mean, I'd have to agree that they are identical, but that doesn't fit. Is there anything else?
No.
Oh, I got it finally. It popped in. It just had a burr on it, I think. Okay. Sorry. So all the way in like that. And then they show the screw facing 2 different ways and then ultimately going, see, now it's, I don't know. I don't know which way it's supposed to be, but it just has to be on there. Then this thing goes in on top. Dang. There we go. Okay. So that's on there now. So now that surface needs to be bent at some point, which is kind of scary. And then it's got to be bent in such a way that that gets glued into this pocket here. So they don't even tell us anything about bend the tail wheel wire and reference the depth of the tail wheel mounting hole. So they literally don't tell us. Okay, so grab the tire over there. And that other set is going to be what holds this on, hypothetically, right? So then we can just make sure that we have enough clearance for this to go through. Do you know what the lineman pliers are? I wonder if we need to use those probably for this next step.
Oh, to bend.
Maybe this will work fine. I'm not sure. Okay, so this is not square. You see how that's not square? Mm-hmm. I need to make it square as I go. Not square. Can you guys see what I'm talking about? See how that wheel is not going to be square with this? I need them to be square. So I don't know if I can hang on here and then just do a little twist, maybe. I'm surprised they didn't have this part done for us. Well, that's getting closer. And they didn't say to put that last part on, but I don't know why. It seems like it would make sense to just have the wheel on at this point, don't you? To make sure it fits right.
And that you have enough height adjustability.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
So that other set is for the wheel. That would make sense.
I have to assume, since it fit on there.
True.
Okay, so we're gonna put that on most of the way, and then we'll go ahead and screw that in. Okay, so that's pretty good. And then there's just you see how it's just kind of like not square or true in any direction? Now would be the time to try to get that square and true.
Yeah, it's probably not gonna be easier later.
No, it's gonna be a lot harder later. But the problem I'm having with this is that even when I've got that square with the rudder, there's just some cattywampusness to it. And that's my my brain is telling me you gotta get that stuff straight or it's not gonna work well. Because the rudder is gonna command an input change. It's one thing I found about these planes is there's always more crap than there is room on your table, no matter how big your table is. So I got to try to make that line up because my bend was imperfect. It was as perfect as I could get it at the time, obviously. All right. I'm going to try my alignment pliers, which just give me a little bit more to hang on to it. Where's the blue ones? There's green ones and blue ones. Where'd the blue ones go?
The blue ones are outside hanging on the box of...
Why are they out there?
I don't know.
Okay, so you see this? I'm gonna hold way back here. Just gonna try to get it square. I don't know, that's close, but not quite there. Yeah, it's gonna suck when you've got this mounted, so definitely get this out of the way now. Don't wait. So you see how that's not square now? It's still wanting to kind of go off at a weird angle. I wonder if I can just twist it some. I knew that was gonna happen. That's pretty dang close. I mean, it's not perfect, but I want to see how perfect we can get it. What the heck? How is that supposed to go? Isn't that supposed to feed in there?
Yeah.
It doesn't feel like there's anywhere for it to go.
Does it end up like at an angle?
No, it's just like there's nothing there. Plus, I'm not totally. You see what I'm trying to emulate? Mm-hmm. I'm not sure. Maybe I just need to take off some of it. That would be highly unusual. Not to mention that'd be hard to break. Okay. Let's try that now and see how bad we are. Yeah, I overbent it a little bit that time. You see what I'm talking about though? Like, I don't see a hole in there. I mean, I don't feel it with the tip of this thing. I don't want to force it and break the thing. But you would think they'd want us to have as much length as possible.
It says insert it into the rear wheel set into the tail wing.
They don't ever say to cut it, huh?
Nope.
Yeah, I didn't think I saw that either. See, now I've overbent it again. Goodness gracious. Too much. Maybe that's about right. Nope, not enough. What?
But if you can't even feel the hole in there.
That's pretty good for squareness now. See that? So it equals out. You can see where there's a relief, the depth. I just don't know if I'm supposed to be drilling into that or what. Because if I took a drill bit, I could drill into that tail. It's really, really stiff. It's not like I'm just missing the hole or anything. And see, I could go out here and just rip it through the film, which I don't want to do also. Or I could just come back here and then just trim it to fit, which would be a pretty significant amount of trimming actually. Do we have that marker over there? Yeah, next to the knife, by the, right there. Because again, I wonder if we can cut it. It certainly doesn't say it in the instructions, and that's what concerns me, because once you cut this, you can't uncut it. Okay, so if I were to cut it, that's where I'd be cutting it. According to the sequence in the figure above, thread the wheel stopper and aluminum part into the tail wheel wire. Okay. Bend the tail wheel wire with reference to the depth of the tail wheel mounting hole reserved for tail wing. Okay, insert the rear wheel set into the tail wing fixed with a large amount of CA. Okay. All right. Well, sometimes you just got to do it. It tries. That hurt. When it cut, it snapped into my ring finger because it was so hard to cut. Dang. Okay, so now we can fix this with a large amount of CA.
How many clicks is that?
I don't know. Probably 20 or 30 clicks. Okay.
Well,
I see where it went too, by the way.
oh, I see it too.
All right, good. All right, so let's see how this goes. So I cut mine if you guys couldn't tell. And theirs looks like it's in a recess. Mine is not in a recess. Was it supposed to be in a recess?
On the inside of the hinge joint, yeah.
Yeah. I don't like the way that that goes together at all. I'm going to take the X-Acto knife and make a notch here. The notch is going to allow somewhere for that wire to be, for it to be in that position, okay? See, now it's in on that groove, a little bit tighter. And we have to fix that with a large amount of CA. That's very scary. I don't trust that for a second. All right, so the next move is to glue it in with a large amount of CA. This is going to be an interesting step. I realize that there's film on there and that I'm gluing on top of it, everybody, just so that it's all out there. I get it. That's probably not ideal. We might need to actually refill that bottle. Yes, yes, go in the hole. Thank you. So I'm being very mindful to keep this square. Like, I'm being super, super careful. Because I want this to hold. Most of the time you aren't this dependent on CA in the application of an assembly, the assembly of an aircraft. You typically use CA to fix things in position, not to bear load. And that's what concerns me about this.
You are gonna screw that bracket on
What?
in a couple of steps.
I understand. That's true, but then it's braced to this side. But they said a large amount of CA. So I suppose a large amount of CA would help to make this more stout, right? Wouldn't you think?
I would think so.
I don't know. Sometimes these things always seem like really critical, and then you build the plane and you're like, oh, it wasn't such a big deal. And sometimes you think it's going to be critical, and then the plane sucks because of it. Just depends on if it's made by Dynam or not. This is just the other side here, obviously. We're going to do the exact same thing we kind of did on the other side and just try to get that to set up as soon as possible. Okay, so that was the part that was preventing us from gluing these together. So I think right now what I'll do is I'll just kind of, I think I'm safe to let that down now. So obviously we can clean our tip. We can prepare to get this glued together. Correct? Mm-hmm. Now they're suggesting cutting away this film on both of the surfaces. That's okay, won't hurt us. Because this is gonna slide into the wing. But I always like to know exactly where stuff is gonna slide because it never seems to, as soon as you start cutting away film, it's very challenging to get it back, I've learned. And so I've erred on the side of, as much as I don't like losing the film, I don't want to lose the control surface. But it can really make your plane ugly quick if you make a mistake on this step. So this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to just put that in. Oh yeah. So I need to take like half of that off. What irks me about these systems like this is why don't they just take this off at the factory? If they know what needs to be taken off, why don't they just do it? They're better at it than I am. I'm sure there's some reason, like labor cost. It's just like, look how perfectly this is covered and they want me to cut this? Come on now. See what I'm talking about? Look how hard that is to get off of there. Mm-hmm. Gosh. That's what I was exactly afraid of. So now we've got a really well attached film cut. Sort of. I mean, like, it's legitimately taking strength away from the frame now if we do this wrong. And potentially de-beautifying the plane. See? Maybe this blade is kind of like getting dull. You know what? Let's pause and switch blades. All right, so we got a new utility knife blade earlier when we were cutting open the box. and we needed a new X-Acto knife blade. I did, while the camera crew was down, she was running down to grab this for me. That was really nice of her. I went ahead and got this peeled off, and we'll show you exactly how that works on this. Which one is it? This one. This one's the other one we got to do. So, but I peeled it off. It's a lot easier when you get a sharp knife on that. Okay, so put this in there. Let's just kind of get an idea of where that's going to fit, how that's going to go. Oh my goodness, there's a lot of gapping there. See that?
Yeah.
Why is there so much gap? That is not good looking. You see what I'm talking about? Mm-hmm. Goodness gracious, look at that, guys. Looked to me like somebody screwed up there. You see? Is that right? And then look, if that's correct, then what's that mean for this? Whoops. What's that mean for this? We gotta try that. Oh, are these things glued in? Yeah, they're glued down.
Oh, good.
So it did actually work. That was a little bit scary. Didn't seem like it was working very well. I already pushed these in on the off chance that they would not fit well. Glue ran down on the bottom just a little teeny bit. But you see now that they're glued in, give me the flexibility to push kind of all at once. That is one weird elevator. Wow, that's not very straight. There we go. So we got good freedom of motion there. And mostly flat. Now we just got to figure out what the heck is going on here. Why is there so much extra? Because like I don't want to put this in and then not be able to move the elevator. That would be kind of devastating. You see what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
That's like kind of a crazy amount of slop there. Super surprised to see that. Okay, so now that that's dry fit in there, let's dry fit this in here and see if we're gonna cause another problem. Okay, so that'll be definitely glued flush, okay? Oh yeah, we got good clearance there. That's gonna actually run into it. So I wanna push this in even further, don't I?
But then
aren't we gonna hit that
the
elevator?
won't move.
Well, the elevator will have to have clearance. Do we need to open that up? Okay. Next maneuver. We have to change gears a little bit. I was gonna show you guys cutting away the stuff next, but I'm gonna just move that over there. And really, I think what we need to do next on this is we need to see if we can get these glued so we can build this assembly now.
Okay.
Okay, so we're gonna push that in, get a little bit of penetration, push that in, get a little bit of penetration. Then when we're all said and done, we'll just recap this with the original cap that's not cut, okay. Got a little bit too much penetration there. I need to pull that out so I can reserve some more for the fuse. Doesn't need to be a ton. It goes kind of a long ways. If you find that it doesn't capillary in there nicely, which I've never actually had it not ultimately get in there, make sure you get that extra off, otherwise it'll make a huge mess. And it'll discolor your film. Or it can discolor your film, it doesn't always. Take that little bit I got on there, that's Never gonna be the same. Okay, so we can let that set. This looks really good though. That significant amount of CA there. It was pretty strong. I don't think that's going anywhere. See, all the way along that seam, and then we filled up that seam. That's definitely part of it now. Okay, so we gotta let that work for just a couple of minutes. Hopefully that doesn't give us too much trouble. So I will show you guys trimming that other side now. It's just, it wasn't so clear exactly what was supposed to be trimmed away. Because if we don't know exactly where, this, like, if you were asking me, where does it go? It would go all the way in here until it hits, right? Mm-hmm. But then look where the elevator sits. It's gonna prevent it from moving.
Yeah.
Unless we open up the back, but then we still have a weird gap on both sides. So I would say that's as far as we can go. Wouldn't you? Mm-hmm. Okay. So we probably need to mark the center too, so that we can get it centered, I think. And what are we gonna mark it with?
That's what I was just wondering.
We have a black marker. We could probably use a black marker. We could also take and put tape along it, but then we need to be able to cut away the surface. Because if we don't cut away the surface, then we won't get a good bond with the glue. I don't think a tape measure is going to do it. I wonder if we would use calipers for that. No, you can't open calipers that far, but you can open them halfway.
What about?
We can use a ruler, but I'm going to use calipers.
Okay.
Okay, so the calipers, you guys see the discoloration here? That's from our glue that we got inside there to fix this spot here.
Oh.
Yeah, that'll happen, which is a bummer. So that needs to come out. We can actually glue that together now that I think of it. There's really no problem with gluing that together. And gluing the elevator surface together, right? We've got this cut, so we're good there. You sound like you're concerned about something.
No.
Okay.
Oh, did I? Actually, I was just thinking the camo color scheme might be a little more forgiving on like your glue drip.
Yeah, I don't know.
Discoloration kind of thing.
You would think, but
might also be worse. It's hard to tell.
I always make my hinge gaps like really wide, but that's because I like to have a lot of throw. Mm-hmm. So if you guys are building this and you think my hinge gaps are a little bit wide, then that's fine. You just do yours a little bit less wide, and then it won't be a problem for you. But I do mine pretty wide. Okay. So I'm gonna rotate this. I can get pretty heavy on it now because it's in there on both sides now. So guys, if you're curious why we don't do a lot of balsa wood and ARF planes, the predominant reason we don't is because A, there's not a ton of models out there in a plug and fly or more finished level. And we just, like at this stage of our lives, we don't have enough time to build these models, even though we would like to do them. And there's probably a few that we would do. This is a really cool plane, so I'm excited to do this one, but it still takes a long time. So just keep that in mind when you choose between this and another plane. Now, I can say this with certainty. The difference between this and a Dynam is that when you build a Dynam, at the end, it's gonna be still, you know what. And when you do this, it's gonna be a good plane when you're done. And so it's worth a little extra effort, in my opinion. And so that makes a great deal of difference in the overall equity of the build. Also, it just depends on your lifestyle, and if you've got, you know, like young kids with lots of projects going on and sports and things like that to keep you busy, and you just kind of do this a little bit in your spare time. Or if you're like me, where it's like obsessive amounts of time because you also, not just because of the YouTube channel, but because you really like it and you would do a lot of it anyway, and it's almost spring and you're gonna wanna get tons of work in. Now, I am not gonna mark the center yet. I'm gonna just glue this.
Okay.
Because this just needs to get glued, because otherwise I'm just gonna end up doing something weird. Did you let the cat out? Was the cat downstairs?
No.
Because the cat just rubbed into my legs.
Oh.
And I'm pretty sure it's Callie. Is that Callie?
It is. She probably wants to go out.
Yeah.
She just woke up from her 9th nap today.
It's a rough life.
It is.
Okay, so we'll just kind of work that a little bit. And we'll flip it over. We're gonna put that CA, thin CA in here too. Just a couple drips worth really is all. Just enough to like totally coat the surface. Remember, it's just all about that capillary effect. I know I've said that 500 times. I'm not trying to bore you. And we do have to do this again, so we're obviously gonna keep this up here.
Okay.
And I'm gonna turn this diagonal so that it can, if it does drip, it drips that way. Silver does not do well with CA drips, in my experience. It shows up so clean, like you can see it from a mile away. So I would favor toward, if it's gonna drip, I'd rather it drip on the green. I don't want it to drip on either side, but if it's gonna drip, I'd rather it drip on the green. In my experience, it looks better, even though it still looks terrible. Okay, so now we need to try to measure this, so we can probably measure that while the CA is kind of more or less setting up here. So here's what I'm gonna try to do. Try to find the center of the surface, and I'm not gonna be able to do that. This is not long enough, so we have to go back to a ruler, which is actually what the plans called for. All right, so this is longer than 12 inches, obviously, so I'm just trying to figure out the best way to get a reference point. I'm just gonna have to mark it. Okay, so that's gonna be our full length, which is, well, no, maybe I should mark at 30. So there's 30 millimeters. And why are you using millimeters, Brian? You're in America. Well, because I want that smaller resolution in this case. Okay, so that's 37 millimeters, or excuse me, 37 centimeters wide. So 37 divided by 2 is gonna be what? All right, so 37 divided by 2 would be 18 and a half. So I've just lined it up with that hash. So this is gonna be the center. That's the true center. All right, so now what I wanna do is I wanna measure this. And I'm gonna call that opening. Jeez, nothing's ever easy, is it? It's not quite even. So I'm gonna go to the imperial standard. Nope, also sucks. So I'm gonna go back to the metric standard. Okay, so metric, let's call that 1, 2, 3.4. So 3.4, let's just divide 3.4 by 2. 3.4 divided by 2, because we don't do this on camera. We don't do math on camera, okay? 1.7. So that should be the absolute dead center. And if in doubt, make a mark, check your mark. Yep. So that's dead center. Now, there's a couple of different ways to skin this cat, we know. But what we can do is we can take and measure how wide this thing is right here, okay? Now, we're not going all the way in, but we're gonna get an estimate, okay? So that's about 28.93, or better yet, just lay it down. And I wanna make sure that we do not take more than we need. Okay, so I'm just gonna go in a little bit, right? Something like that. And then I'm gonna mark from the inside here and the inside here. That's gonna be our cut point for the material. Then I can cut a perfect triangle on both top and bottom based on those marks. Okay. And then based on these marks, I mean, I can pretty much center it by eye, but I'm going to go ahead and measure. Is that centered? Probably, because it should be the same on the top and the bottom, but probably should have. Shoulda, coulda, woulda. Never seems to work in real life because I work on measurement systems for a living. Okay, so that is centered. So I can bring inside from there and inside from there. And then I just need to find the center on this surface. And the reason we're doing this is so we can cut away the film, and I want to make dang sure that I'm not screwing it up. Remember 18.5 was our measure. 18.5 is the center. If 18.5 is the center there, 18.5 is the center here as well. And it is. All right, so now we're just going to take and cut.
Do you want to dry fit that one since you have your black marks to make sure
that they get covered?
They get covered since you have that weird gap issue.
Okay. Yeah. I don't want to, but yes.
Okay.
I don't want to, but I should. So we're making sure that our marks get covered. Okay. Mark covered, mark covered. I can't see them on either side.
I don't see them on the side.
Okay, so we're not even going to go all the way to the bottom. But we do need to make a straight edge, so we can draw our line. Let's do something that's not going to cut me.
One of these.
How about this?
Okay.
Okay. And all I'm going to do is I'm just going to line up the two lines. Just make a mark. It's exactly the way Rami RC would do it. Mm-hmm. He would not measure it 14 ways before he did that.
His own
he would have
jig.
3D printed a jig.
Yep.
And then reverse engineered it into a flying spacecraft that would automatically do it for him for this one model. And it would be perfect. Okay. All right, so we're gonna, just so we don't get confused, we're gonna take that out.
Okay, good.
Yeah, I know. I was worried.
I was really questioning
that
part.
which part we needed to come out. So now I'm just going to cut somewhere on the inside of that. Remember, this is a fresh blade, so I got to show the people how much better this works, so much safer it is. What the heck kind of material is that? That don't look like balsa wood. It looks like cardboard. Ah! See? No good deed goes unpunished. I already tried to peel the film off. Did you guys see that? And this is all just for a minuscule advantage in bite. But that's what we do here on Brian Phillips RC. Tons of effort for minuscule advantages. Ain't gonna matter when I crash it into the side of the gutter. Better not happen. That would really annoy me. It is funny. You forget so quickly how much work planes are. And then the other thing too is that annoys me about this whole process is now I've got this score mark that's going through the wood or whatever that is. I assume it's wood. And you would have to think that that's ultimately going to create a certain amount of weakness. Even if it's a minuscule amount, it's still more than zero. Okay. Awesome. Awesome sauce.
That's good though.
Does it?
Yeah.
Does it really? This is the part of the work that's not going to be seen, you know.
Well, I know.
Do you?
I do know that I won't be seen.
Are you sure?
How many planes do you think I've built?
Look how straight this is though. So if we fix that spot, it is a lot better. This spot here that we fixed.
Yeah.
That ultimately made glue around here and here, which ticks me off. It looks a lot better than when we first pulled it out of the box. And for the way they mounted that, pretty stupid way. I did not like that.
Especially right on
the
that
shipping
weak point there.
for that part was not smart. It was not protected well. So if you want to buy one from the link below, you know, it's got these naysayers. They're like, man, you just say everything is good because you want to sell more. And I'm like, yeah, just like I just did there when I was saying how terrible it was packaged. Right? Camera crew?
What?
I don't want you to lose your faith in my RC reviews.
I'm here.
Good. Hey, how am I going to glue this? Am I going to go thin CA? That just seems like such a bad idea, and yet it's probably what we need to do. Yeah, I know you don't like it, but the capillary effect does not care what you think.
Do you just like saying capillary effect?
I do.
Is there a thing that
No,
I'm missing with that?
It's an important part of this project. Oh, dang. These things aren't centered very good, are they?
Don't move them now.
Why? I really want to screw with it.
If you break something, I'm gonna mutiny.
Okay. All right, so you know what I'm doing?
Centering it?
I'm lining it up with the wall.
Oh.
Because this is heavier at the bottom than it is at the top, it should pendulum to a neutral position. And I'm lining it up with the edge of my wall that's probably imperfect. And I'm just looking through the gap to see when it's level. Also known as I'm not going to measure it. Maybe I should just measure it.
Rami will be disappointed.
Well, it's just, how could you make a mistake with such a weird tail surface? And where do I measure from? Where am I going to measure from that's going to be consistent? Gosh, there's no easy measurement points. I have to measure from like way up here. You know what? I could probably just do it with the tape measure. Like, because that'll give you super precise measurements.
Yeah.
This is DeWalt. You know how I got this tape measure?
I know how we got that tape measure.
Somebody came and measured for our blinds, and they left this thing here. And they never came to get it back. We also didn't buy blinds from them. But that's okay, we saved like $7,000. If this is yours and you need it back, I'll give it to you still. But I mean, I need it right now. You can have it when I'm done with this
We're gonna
plane.
borrow it for a minute.
We're gonna borrow it for a while longer. So yeah, 17 3/4 on this side, just shy. 17 3/4? What? Oh no, 17, dang it. That's a tough reference point. Between 5/8 and 3/4. Between 5/8 and 3/4. Oh, not square, or I picked a bad reference. You think I picked a bad reference? What makes you think it's square though?
I don't know.
Exactly, that's the whole point. So what else can I measure from? I'm measuring from here, which is, I mean, just another spot.
Right, I know, that's the hard
It's like
part
there's
about
not really a great reference point because everything is at an
Everything
angle.
could potentially be wrong.
17 and a half. 17 and a half, that's pretty close there. Ooh man, that's a lot better, 17 and a half. So 17 and a half from here to there. You're gonna have to like really get in here and show these people at home what I'm talking about. Here, show them how close we got it now. Go up above it, Megan. You have to go up like where my eyes are. Go out further, so you're there. Oh, you're out of focus. Hold still, people. See, it's 17 and a half if I just move enough. But then the gaps are not even there. So I'm like, that doesn't do us any good. See now, see? It's bumped already. That needs to get kicked over.
Well, and you gotta put glue in it, so it's not gonna stay there anyway.
I know, it's like, There's no good, easy way. It's like the good, not easy way. WWRD, what would Remy do? No, I just thought of Remy.
Made his own plane.
Yeah, he would have just been like, I need to make a jig for this.
Yeah, just make my own Storch.
I'll just 3D print this Storch from nothing and make molds that are more beautiful than most people's Bentleys. Okay. You know, I'm not centered either.
Are you taking it out to put glue on it, or are you gonna try and whip
How am I
it?
gonna stick it in there with the glue on it? That's what I'm trying to say.
Oh.
Yeah. I'm gonna use the capillary effect.
Well,
See?
now I'm even more concerned than I was.
Don't be concerned. You're married to a genius. Sorry, I couldn't resist.
It's okay, I still love you.
Hey, but I'm serious, like, in my genius scheming, I need to measure this again now that I have glue. You know, it seems like this should be an easy step, but it's kind of not. It's kind of like, oh, 5/8. Okay, 5/8, I can replicate that. 17 and 5/8. How is it that I could get 17 and 5/8 on both sides and my last measurement was 17 and a half?
I don't know. You better put some glue.
My last.
You better get some glue in there.
My last. Capillary effect. Yes.
Is that a movie?
No, it's not. I think you're thinking of the butterfly effect.
That's what I was thinking of.
Butterfly effect is not the same as the capillary effect. Got to watch out for that. It's commonly confused. Kids, if you're doing your SATs or your third grade Iowa Test of Basic Skills, one or the other.
Whichever you're working on.
It's questions on both.
It's still not the
It's on both
butterfly
of them.
effect.
You know, I'm sorry, you're gonna have to disqualify yourself from your SATs because it just gave away all the answers in this one video. how to measure the trigonometry, Brian Phillips RC style. What would Ramy do? All right, here it is. Wow, that's pretty dang close. It's not perfect, but it's close. It's close, but no cigar. Nobody wants to smoke a perfect cigar. They want an imperfect one. Hey, let's show the people at home something, okay? And when I say something, I mean maybe you can hold the measuring tape and I can film. Is that possible?
Probably not.
It's gonna be terrible.
Yes, it
You guys
is.
ready for some really bad filming?
What am I showing them?
The camera crew. You need to measure from here, right here, to right here, carefully. Okay, do it. Yes. Oh, goodness gracious.
What?
I can't even get the angle.
Yeah, of course you
Well,
can't.
you gotta measure with the bottom of the tape, Megan. Oh my goodness.
The bottom of the tape?
Did your father build houses or not? Here, lock
Yeah.
this first.
I wasn't allowed to measure things.
Let go. I can see why.
I'm
Okay, try
just
this.
allowed to use the nail gun.
Look, I'm gonna take the same spot on both sides, right? I'm gonna push this so it's like this, right? And then I'm gonna come in here. Oh,
See, can't do it either.
well, I didn't buy this tape measure. It's pseudo stolen.
Do you want the
No,
crappier
just
one?
look.
Yeah.
See where the 5/8 lines up?
Oh, yeah.
See that?
I don't like fractions.
Okay, that's all right.
I just teach them to our kids.
Now I want you to look at this. You see where that shows up? It's it's before the 5/8. Okay, so that means technically this would need to rotate slightly. But if I rotate that, I'm sorry, people. Look at this. See that gap right there compared to that gap right there? I'm sorry. I think it's not square. I think that's more square now. So now that I squared it, I need to remeasure.
You usually have a pretty good eye for this stuff, so I would.
I'm between 5/8. Between 5/8 and 1/2. I'm calling it good. I'm calling it good. It cannot get any better than that, even if you knew what you were doing. What? I'm just owning it now. I'm just owning it with the capillary effect. What would you rate the capillary effect?
Today,
Yeah.
like a 0.
No, like if it was movie rating. Like PG-13. Just go.
It has to be at least PG-13 if you're in it.
There's that. Okay. I was hoping for R.
Oh.
The capillary effect.
Depends
Rated
on
R.
the amount of
No children under 18.
penetration.
Well, I mean, it's in the directions.
I know, multiple times.
That's right. They didn't even talk about all the other things you read when we were on our break from the video footage. Okay, so now what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to honestly, like, really kind of make sure everything is square. I mean, this is tough because there's not a great reference for a lot of this stuff, okay? If you're on a plane stand, it might help a little bit. It might also just kind of complicate things. I feel like I've got it as good as I can get it on that side. So now I'm gonna come back over here and then just go ahead and do the same. Capillary effect, amazing. Ooh, it sucked it right in. Good penetration. There it is. Nothing happened. There was no CI on your counter, I promise. What you saw was a figment of your own imagination.
No, it wasn't blue food coloring.
So how many months after we moved into this house with this beautiful island?
Months? It was like days.
Yeah, well, okay, so within days, my son was playing with some food coloring. Or who got that out? I mean, he would have been like a toddler.
We were still
at the
unpacking boxes. He was like 2.
And so my wife and camera crew decided to put food coloring on the bottom shelf. And the kids got it out and then dropped it. And so my wife, no, I'm gonna put this on the brand new island. She did.
I was trying to throw it in the sink.
Strangely enough, it stained our island. So for a month, I mean, it was only like an entire slab of whatever this stuff is, granite. So no big deal. But it's all right because I learned a new trick, and that is not getting mad at all about brand new stuff being destroyed. Actually, it didn't go quite that way. But we did learn that you can stain whatever this is
With
food coloring. But yet you can't unstain it with anything.
All of the things that they
There's
have
no thing that you can unstain it. There's not even one.
Nope.
None
of those
nothing.
things work.
None of them.
Nope.
Whatever it is, nope, didn't work.
Doesn't work.
That thing, no.
Tried it, didn't work.
Didn't work.
Also tried that thing. Also
Whatever you're
didn't work.
thinking of, put it in the comments below. Didn't work.
Didn't work.
Okay. So that's square. And guys, why the gap? Why do you make me, oh, that's still moving so easily.
Why did you move?
Because I assumed it was probably set up at least to the degree that the capillary effect wouldn't work anymore. I was wrong. Okay, so all the walking around and talking about stains might be a little off-putting to people.
Well, no one's ever commented on our stain from in a video, so.
Because we try not to like make it a thing. We try not to make the stain a thing. If there's one thing we do, pointing out the stain is not it. There it is, right there. Blue.
Yep.
Blue.
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 I think it was like less than 2 weeks after we moved in.
I was pretty not happy about that.
Literally never stained our counter at our other house.
At our other
in
house.
Like 12 years.
No. Immediately.
He also dumped a bottle of pink fingernail polish on our bathroom floor within like 2 weeks.
That's crazy. I don't even remember that stuff. I've totally blocked it out from the post-traumatic stress. Yeah. Okay, so I dip this in Kicker. I want to try to set that up so it'll hurry up and glue because I'm getting sick of waiting because I'm an impatient person. And for whatever reason, oh, look, it's not spinning. See? Not spinning. Do you notice?
It just makes me nervous that that's just glue.
Listen, The glue, you would be very nervous in a real plane if you knew how much glue was working. I mean, seriously, there's glue in a lot of real aircraft.
Is it CA that they put on with a Q-tip?
I'm pretty sure it's like some super sicky stuff. Like the 500-mile-an-hour tape that they put on engine nacelles when they have issues.
I haven't been on a plane in
it's a real
long
thing.
time.
Oh, so what you're saying is you're not scared because you're not the one that's going to go.
Too soon.
Oh, too soon? Oh, yeah. I was thinking of my editorial choice and I backed out of it. Okay. See? No movement. That is a scary step when you're building a plane because there's no alignment points. None. Not even one. And then this part is totally separate scenario. And sometimes these actually penetrate in and lock the wing in position. This one does not. So with regard to the tail, this is a lot simpler because look, all you have to do is basically get this in here. Oh, come on. Push down the elevator. And then, oh, dang, I feel like there's glue under my finger. Oh, dang it. Oh, dang it, you. Oh, you whippersnapper. How am I going to clean that up, Megan? Kicker?
So fast.
It's probably going to look terrible now. Do you guys see what just happened there? I had evidently a drip of CA.
On your finger?
On my finger or on this surface? Hey, that worked like surprisingly good actually. Yeah. I don't know if it ran back from when the CA joints were glued or what, but there was just a little teeny bit of it and I stuck my finger in it and it's gonna make forever a little thing there.
Yeah.
A thing. You don't want a thing on there.
No, that's terrible.
On your thing. Yeah. Okay, so you see my problem?
Yeah.
I can get it, but just barely. Okay. 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 Used to have a friend. He'll do this. Okay. Do you remember him? You know who that is?
No.
I shouldn't say. Because if he is watching the video and he wasn't aware of it,
Tell me later.
I'll tell you later. You see what I did? I just cut that there so I can rotate it in a little bit better. Do you see this cat? Look at this cat. Get your claws off of that thing.
Callie, get down.
She tried to put her hand on it. Like
She wants to see outside. That's her favorite
well,
spot.
then we can open it, but I'm not gonna open it when my hands are full of CA joints and capillary effect. Oh, jeez. We're way too nice to our animals. Eesh. Eesh. Look. Show the people from over there. Look. No, over here, so they can see this hole. Watch this. Up, down, up, down, up, down. It's a rubbing. Look.
See, she just wanted her spot so she could look outside.
Okay. I don't see how that could take priority over the super short video.
I was just gonna comment about how bright it was when we started and how it's
Weirdly in the middle of the
not
night.
bright now.
Hey, listen, so my thought is we're probably gonna have to take a little of this material out. I don't see how we can get away. I mean, it's either that or cut that material and that's covered. This is not.
Oh,
What the heck was that?
Set screw.
Oh, it's a set screw. That was a little scary. Okay, so I'm gonna use this set screw quick and just get that back in order. The set screw just came off of this thing, this doohickey majig. This doohickey majig's getting the screw job next. I'm Brian Phillips, RC. Hey, by the way, if you want to help support us, you can buy this thing from the links in the video description below. Obviously, it's been such an easy build. And when I say that, facetiously, I do mean it's gonna probably be an awesome plane, but it's probably gonna be a humongous pain to build. But I honestly, like I said, not any of these steps have been especially difficult.
No.
They're just time consuming
just a lot of them.
and a million of them. You know what else I could do? I could cut this here and slip the whole tail back. Oof. What do you think? It's either take some of this material out or take a minuscule amount.
Do you have room to slip it if that's your choice?
It's a pretty good fit up here in the front. Okay, so here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna cut here. Then I'm gonna cut there. I'm gonna cut all the way through so I can take that as my marker on the other side. Yeah, buddy, right there. Wonderful. And then I'll just squish that. That's a really soft wood. Not in a good way. Okay, so now I can pull that back, which has its challenges because now there's a gap up here, okay? But I can live with that because then that gives clearance for everything. So I'm kind of just striking the balance between clearance and no clearance, you see? Mm-hmm. Oh, that's so annoying. It's just not, it's hitting the steel. But that's a huge amount of deflection. I don't think it's gonna be quite that much. Even if it is, then it's just gonna have it. Okay, I can live with that. You ready for some more capillary effect? Difference is this time I can't let this down. Hey, maybe we need to plane stand this just to be on the safe side. What do you think?
Yeah, because it's gonna have to stay up like that, right?
Well, you can help me get it up.
Well, yeah.
And then the drip, like, Okay, I'm gonna do this right there. Well, that's better. So now when I glue this, I just wanna make sure it doesn't drip CA onto the counter. And see, I can actually put some thicker CA in here, which I'm gonna do. Okay, now, ordinarily I would never do what I'm gonna do, except I'm gonna do it now, which never is kind of probably the wrong word for that then. I'm gonna basically spread the CA out, which sounds stupid, because you don't normally do that on planes, but then I can capillary effect if I don't feel like it's got enough bite, okay? See what I'm doing? And you go. Then, oh, she sprayed right out. Did you see that, hon? Did she spray out on your side?
No.
Oh, thank God. Is it coming out at all?
No, not on my side.
Need to do that. That might help a lot. Actually, totally did. Totally. It was huge. Difference between success and failure. It's a perfect phone call. All right, here we go. We agreed it was a perfect phone call. Different things need to be said perfectly. Yes. Okay, now I need to get this thing so it's centered and stuff.
Right.
Gosh, there's a lot that you have to do all at the same time on this. If you want it to not suck, the capillary effect sucks. What? Why you look at me like I'm such a nerd?
Suck, it wicks. It's not the same word.
Whatever. Same difference. Let's do this thing. Oh yeah, that capillary right in there. Oh baby. Give these people a close-up of the capillary effect. We've been talking about it so much.
They've seen it plenty of times today.
They have?
Yes.
Really?
Yep.
Okay, so watch. Ooh, yeah, look at that go right in. That's so cool. And usually this is about the time where you realize like, oh crap, it's dripping out. Where's it coming from? How do I stop it? It looks terrible. All right, so it's in there now. Now I just need to take a little bit more, probably kicker, and we'll just kick her along the joint. Oh, it's in there. It's in there good now. It's in there real good. Okay. That looks sweet. That part sucked. I did not like it at all. It was scary. And yet, look how sweet this thing looks. That looks a lot better, even though we probably just randomly put letters on there. Like, it's
It's not supposed to be a word.
not a word? Well, what is it then? I thought that's what letters made.
There's no vowels.
Oh, okay.
Every word has at least one vowel.
Is that true?
Yes.
I'll take your word for it. You know what? I actually don't need to be laying that down yet. I need to put it like this, so that if it drips, it'll be under control. And then also so that we can continue onward to the next step.
We're about to kill our second phone, so.
Are you serious, Law?
I'm serious, Law.
Okay, well, stay tuned. More to come.